Mayor, I've actually asked Miss Cynthia Schweers to come in. She's our customer service manager.
Okay, thank you. She'll help you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Duarte. I would advise our citizens to be careful where they're getting their information from, because a lot of information out there is incorrect. And the trust in our leadership here has failed greatly. And it's not the mayor's fault. So please double check your information before you come up here and start bashing. I requested a timestamp for the DOJ intervention, and I have not gotten it. You said it was from May 6th. I still have not gotten that. I'd like to get the timestamp and the contact information for that, please. So the impact fees on June 10th are still missing pages. I asked for the missing pages and still just got the original 103 pages back, but it is missing pages. The budget calculations are not adding up, especially the Parks and Rec. Accountability for the use and needs of the past and current fleet expenditures need to be more transparent and provided. There's concerns over the video and audio cuts and editing. I hope you have ensured that today has sufficient backup. The YouTube titles are missing dates and are hard to research. And the timestamps are changing because you guys are editing and adding things before and whatnots. And I would recommend that we keep the videos going all the way till the end, till our officials are completely off the dais and behind where they're safe. I know that there was some things going down the last meeting, and it really needed to be part of the video, because it had a lot to do with what was going on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Stone.
Good morning. I'm kind of disappointed I missed the fun of the last city council meeting. I left early because I wasn't feeling good. However, 3 council members were very disrespectful to you after the meeting. Nonsense. Nonsense. And we have a councilman that's showing 2 addresses, Flagler Beach and Palm Coast. And if he's living in Flagler Beach, he shouldn't be on this council. Third and last, Mr. Miller, $9,000 going to developers so far. So you're going to vote for every development? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Stansel.
Good morning. Mark Stansel, Seminole Woods. I know after the last couple of months there's been discussions about vehicles, work vehicles in driveways and colors of houses, and a lot of this is a buildup of, over time, of a lack of the proper code enforcement policies. They need to be reformed and updated to fit the city that we live in today. A lot of these problems, the amount of vehicles wouldn't probably happen. Wouldn't have 24 houses the wrong color, because code enforcement would have picked it up years ago when it happened. So it's just accumulated into this big problem now, because we haven't done what the city needed with their code enforcement codes and enforced them equally among everybody. This garbage about somebody gets mad at their neighbor, so they turn them in. That's the only way something gets done. I sat on the code enforcement board, okay? 90% of everything was just repeats. 7th time of, 7th violation, 8th violation. You know, all they do is go back and see the same old stuff. They don't have new stuff, because not that many people want to rat on their neighbor. The city needs equal opportunity enforcement. So it needs to be redone. Maybe change it to fit the city and then enforce it properly. It needs to change, or we wouldn't have all these problems, you know, and we'll have more problems if we don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mrs. Stansel.
Hi, I'm Donna Stansel, living in Seminole Woods. I have a couple of ideas for you folks. One, we've been talking a lot about business vehicles parked in private driveways and how that's going to be managed. My idea is that maybe you should create a window sticker permit for these vehicles and maybe charge $100 a year to have that permit. And that way, when code enforcement sees somebody parked in their driveway that's not supposed to be there, they think, they can just check whether that person has a sticker on their window. And if they do, they're good. Something to think about on that. The other thing that I have in mind is that the park over on Sesame, I polled a bunch of neighbors about this, and they all seemed to be very much in favor of it, except for the people who said, oh, there's one over at Howland Park, and there's one over in A1A. I'm thinking that there's a large open area over there on that park, and maybe we could consider putting up a fence and making a part of that a dog park for the neighbors that live in there. There's a lot of people who walk their dogs over that way, and it would be a simple matter of putting in a fence. And that way, the people who use it for sports could also have enough room, but the people who want to walk their dogs can do that too. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast, Florida. I would like the council, the mayor, to start advertising for a new attorney that represents the city. Had Mr. Duffy done his job a year ago in October when there was a sunshine violation as to Mr. Danko, Mr. Alphen, and Mr. Kuflex appointing a gentleman to office when he was not elected, that should not ever have happened, or there wouldn't have had to have been a court matter on the 3rd of this month. So I'm asking for, and they're asking now for a $10,000 monthly increase. That would be $50,000 a month to have our present city attorney. So I think it's time to put it out for bids. And also, the photography of the meeting was edited when Ms. Gambaro, Ms. Pontieri went on a tirade of screaming and yelling at the mayor. It was disgusting. I don't know where she had the right to carry on like she did, and then they edit it out. That is tampering with evidence. And Mayor, I thank you for taking care of matters and looking after the people and the development in our town. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, or good morning, I guess it is. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you. My name is Sherry Montgomery, and I live at 8 Claremont Court, and I really appreciate this time to address each of you. I'm here to respectfully request a clear update on the current regulations and enforcement efforts surrounding short-term rentals, or STRs, in our residential neighborhoods. As you know, as a council, you voted ordinances to be put in place sometime in January. It's becoming a really big concern for many residents. Where I live, there are 14 of them within a short distance, within 3/4 of a mile of my home. That's pretty significant. And while they can offer economic benefits, they also raise serious issues: parking congestions and violations, noise disturbances, lack of accountability, and a shift in actually the neighborhood character. Most importantly, they often bypass the zoning and residential intent of these areas. To that end, I know the city has been working on ordinances to better regulate short-term rentals, and I want to thank you for those efforts. But the public deserves a transparent status update. Specifically, number one, have the regulations been developed, and are they currently in place for enforcement? 2, how many short-term rentals have registered or received permits, and how many are legally operating? Do we truly know the makeup of our neighborhoods? I'm kind of thinking no. And what enforcement mechanisms are being used to address violations, particularly in the neighborhoods that are clearly zoned residential? And finally, what are the timelines for the next steps outlined in the ordinances? We need clarity on how the city is addressing non-compliance and whether there are sufficient resources, both staff and legal tools, to effectively enforce the rules. I'd also like to refer to the report from the National League of Cities, which noted that without consistent enforcement, short-term regulations often fail to protect neighborhoods from disruptions, and local governments lose public trust. That trust is vital, especially now. When residents feel that short-term rentals are being allowed to operate unchecked, which undermines not only the fabric of our communities, but also confidence in local government. We're not asking for a ban. What I'm asking for is a balance, for rules that are fair, transparent, and actually enforced. Homeowners who follow the rules deserve to know that others will be held to the same standard. So again, I respectfully request that this council provide a public update through either a work report, a work session, or dedicated agenda items to where we stand on the short-term rental regulations, enforcements, and the next steps. Thank you for the time, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kershaw, could you get her in touch with Ms. Grossman where she could pass on her concerns to Ms. Grossman? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Georgianne Miller, Palm Coast. I don't really have a complaint, but I have a question. A lot of people are starting to complain about, we're finally updating our streetlights, and they're complaining about how bright they are. Is it possible, or have we investigated dimmers, photocell dimmers on the lights so that they go dim after a certain hour? And they would also have like a motion detector on them so that if people were walking the streets, which is mostly what we're trying to prevent after hours, that the light would go brighter and it would discourage people. Have we investigated that or looked into that? That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. You got that one, City Manager? Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chantel.
Yes, Chantal Preninger. Okay, two things. I also got a big water bill, 744. Yes, I use watering for the grass, but I also had a leak on the toilet, 40 gallons a day, and I didn't get a warning. I wish I had got a warning because that was a high bill. And the next month, since I didn't know it right away, it was still high, not that bad, but still high. So if you can put in place, as the lady said, she got a warning because she didn't pay the whole amount, so maybe something can be done when it's higher, that especially every day is high, you know. There are days it should be close to zero or something when there is no big amount of water use. So that's one thing. And the other thing is I noticed around here and around the theater, the speed limit is 55. Okay, that road is wide. It has a sidewalk in each side. And neighborhood streets, I mean, I live in the Z section, is just wide enough. If you have two pickups, okay, and they cross each other, they have to be careful not to hit the mailboxes. So those streets go for 30 miles an hour. Can we look again at those things without doing an extensive research? Because it already exists here 15 miles an hour, to make it safer for people who work, the children who go to the school bus stop, those who walk their dogs and all that. Just a question, can you look into that and make it fair for the resident? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Henry. Ms. Chantel, you could probably go over to customer service too, and they can help you with your, if someone could point her, Mr. Russell, point her in the right direction, please. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Denise Henry, P section. Yesterday I was driving through, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Nacotee. And in light of our issues with e-scooters, bikes in Palm Coast, I noted that on their multi-purpose paths, they have signs posted, LSV, meaning low-speed vehicles, 15 miles an hour. So that might be a temporary solution until you do an ordinance, put up a sign. I mean, I remember that on the paths they say no motor vehicles. And I guess maybe they don't consider an e-bike motor vehicles, but I think some of the scooters are motor, even if it is electronic. And I was speaking to a young man who told me those speeds can go up to 65 miles an hour. So, we're having a lot of teenagers right now ending up in a lot of problems. So I think it's something we need to address soon.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, that's an unusual. We didn't chew up the whole time. With that being said, we'll bring it back to the dais. City manager?
Yes, Mayor. We will look into the concerns about the various meters running. We do try and alert customers due to high usage. Not all the meters are AMI that allows us to do that yet. And then it just really depends on when we're experiencing large call volumes. We're not able to get to that practice because we're answering the phones, but we will look into that matter. And Ms. Cook, do you have the public records request for Ms. Duarte? Can you please make sure that you follow up?
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you. I believe that answers a lot of the things that I can answer, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the council? You got anything, Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I was just going to mention that, EVs not EVs, but electric bikes and things like that have caused some concern amongst residents. I think anecdotally, I feel like I've seen more and more incidences of issues with children and interactions with vehicles on the road and things like that. So I think it would be appropriate for us to maybe workshop this and kind of try to find a course of action that, would make sure that those riding electric bikes and things like that aren't getting themselves into dangerous situations and causing problems on the road. I don't know if I have consent from the council.
You have my consent. I think we've talked about this since I came in the office. I talked about it with Commander Finn. They are becoming an issue. We've already had at least one fatality on a bike over off of Belterre with a dump truck. So I think we do need to push forward. The city just sent out a push yesterday about the sheriff's concern with e-bikes. There's a rise in incidences. So we do need to discuss it. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I went on a ride along with Sheriff Staley a few weeks ago, and this is something we actually talked about at length. And as we rode around and met with his deputies, they talked about what the state law permits, what we could potentially do. I mean, I believe his legal counsel, Mr. Duffy, is going to present to us some options for us to consider. So it'd be great to get his input from an enforcement perspective and how we can certainly make those bikes safer for use. Because we saw that evening, young kids riding on the sidewalks and riding on the road and just kind of zigzagging back and forth. So I think it's a safety concern, and yeah, you have my support. Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's definitely, and they get faster and faster with new technology. And I think I almost hit a kid in St. Augustine a few months ago. It scared the life out of me. Anything else, Councilman Miller, anything?
I was just going to say, I obviously during the summer, it's going to be bigger problems because the kids are out of school and they're doing more stuff, but still, we need to get ahead of it.
All right, thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Sorry, I was just going to ask the council for direction on that, just a little more, so I can work it. It sounds like you want me and staff to come back with some type of background on what the council can do.
What we can do
and
legally
enforcement, yeah,
as
enforcement,
far as ordinance,
yeah.
as
I
far
would
as
say
city
on,
ordinance.
excuse me, I would say on all LSVs.
Okay.
Because that would cover potentially golf carts. Because I know e-bikes per Florida statute cannot be treated as anything other than a regular bike. So we are handcuffed in some regard, yeah.
They can go
Yes.
60 miles an
That, I think it's a newer statute, actually.
And we have people saying online that our city is not bike friendly. We know that because of the way it was designed. On the new developments and the large thoroughfares, we're getting better at it. But on the side streets, there's very little we can do with the swells. It's not like there's more land to make it more bike friendly. You had anything, Vice Mayor?
Just generally speaking, we had some really good ideas come from public comment today, so I wrote all of them down. I'm going to speak with staff about many of them, so I just want to thank the public for coming out and providing your suggestions and bringing things to our attention as well. Please keep doing so.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Gambaro, you have anything further? Go ahead, Councilman Sullivan.
Right.
two things on the electric bikes and other vehicles, like electric carts. I agree, but I think enforcement will be the key. If we can't enforce, we can make a lot of rules and regulations as we see, but if you can't enforce them, they don't have much effect. My other item is the first speaker mentioned the issue of paying for legal fees for any of the council members, say, who have a ethics violation that goes forward to the state. So I would ask our lawyer, attorney, how would that be handled? For instance, if the mayor has a current ethics violation that is being looked at the state, if the state supported that ethics violation, what would would the city, and therefore our taxpayers, be liable for the legal costs that the person might have who was involved?
No, so the way it works is that if someone from this council would want attorney's fees, they would need to submit that to our insurance policy through the League of Cities. It's only up to $100,000. It's only reimbursement only, and it will only be reimbursed if it gets to a point where there was nothing found at all. If the ethics committee decides that, hey, this is not within our realm, then it would not be reimbursed at all. If they don't take any investigation actions, the fees would not be reimbursed. If there is some type of settlement procedure, or if the ethics committee does make some type of action that someone was liable for the accusations, the attorney's fees would not be reimbursed in that situation as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else from the dais? I would like, for the general public, please, when it comes, we know water rates are going up. We have no choice. That's pretty much in stone. And it's quite shocking to some people. But I would advise you, especially if you have an older home, if you have a home that's maybe 15, 20 years old, you need to have it checked for leaks, because these foundations, I had a friend, they had a leak, and they had a leak detector come in, they found the leak, they pinpointed it and fixed it right there in the house with minimal damage, and they were able to repair it. But you have these foundations, they leak over time. The ground shifts, pipes get pinched, all kinds of things can happen. But it's incumbent upon you as a homeowner to do your proper research and have someone come in and check if you suspect a leak. It's going to cost you money, but you may have to do it because rates are going up. So that's my last comment. City Manager, we can move on to proclamations, if you please.
Sure. Those here to accept the proclamation for Americans with Disability Act celebrating 35 years, if you please come forward to the podium.
Good morning, Miss Virginia. I should have known you would be here. Yeah. So if everyone can come up to the dais, face about, so everyone can see your smiling faces, and we'll read the proclamation, then I'll present it. You're going to be receiving it, Miss Virginia?
Yes, on behalf of our special needs community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Kind of center. Yeah.
Proclamation. Whereas the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, was passed on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights of citizens with disabilities, and whereas the City of Palm Coast affirms the principles of equity and inclusion for persons with disabilities as set forth by the state of Florida and is embodied in the ADA, the laws of the state of Florida, and ordinances of the City of Palm Coast, and whereas numerous organizations in Palm Coast, such as Adult Persons with Disabilities, ADP, Cedar Bridge Foundation, Easter Seals, Flagler Schools, Fun Coast Down Syndrome Association, Vincent's Clubhouse, Yes, You're Invited, and the state of Florida work with constituents and communities to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. And whereas July 26, 2025 celebrates the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act by bringing awareness to the public now and in the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and city council of the city of Palm Coast, Florida, that July 26, 2025 be officially designated as Americans with Disabilities Act Awareness Day, celebrating the 35th anniversary of the act. Signed this 15th day of July 2025, attests Kaylee Cook, city clerk, and city of Palm Coast, Florida, Mayor Michael Norris.
And we'll take a picture, and then you can say a few words if you like. Everybody can say a few words if you like.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council and our wonderful community. I appreciate Council's recognizing the 35th anniversary. It's a great milestone of the Americans with Disability Act. And our community and our organizations greatly appreciate all the support Council has given us, especially over this past year. I've had some time to donate, not donate, but to dedicate to ADA through the City of Palm Coast, and we really appreciate all your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Virginia. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kimberly Halliday. I'm the very proud ESE Director for Flagler County Schools, and I want to share with you how very proud I am to work within a community that not only accepts individuals with disabilities, but welcomes and includes them. As we move forward with making Palm Coast fully ADA accessible, I want you to know it doesn't just help students with disabilities or individuals with disabilities, it helps us all. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone from the dais have any follow-up? Ms. Virginia, thank you. I just had a neighbor move in, lifelong friend of my wife. They grew up together, but he has a stepdaughter that's disabled, and I referred them to the Cedar Bridge. But I'm also going to have them reach out to you, Ms. Virginia, to get Miss Chloe settled into all the things she needs within the community. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, nothing further? Okay, we're going to move on. We'll move on to the minutes. We have minutes for the 1 July business meeting and 8 July workshop. Any amendments to the minutes, or anybody have any issues?
I just wanted to point out one thing, Mayor, really quickly, because I had brought this up at the last meeting, and I believe, I just wanted to point something out in the meeting minutes to make sure we're clear. So I had brought up the house colors, and Councilman Gambaro made a comment about being okay with the motion that was made as long as we kept the prohibited colors. I did want to point out that in the meeting minutes for Tuesday, July 1st, it was made clear that Mayor Norris, when he passed the gavel, did make a motion to remove all restrictions on house colors. That's relevant for the purposes of later when I am going to make a motion for reconsideration, so I just wanted to point that out in the meeting minutes, but I'm not calling for an amendment, I just wanted to point that out while we're here.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Yes. There was an email arrived yesterday, and all the members of the council and Lauren Johnson were included as attendees to the message. The subject was legal advice provided to the mayor regarding appointment of Councilman Gambaro, and it kind of follows up to the minutes from the previous meeting on the 8th. So I would like this message included in the minutes for this meeting as a follow-up to that meeting, and I would pass it on to the clerk for inclusion.
Okay, thank you, sir. You want that included in these minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve these two sets of minutes?
Right, so hold on, make sure, I understand your motion. You want to add it to the July 8th minutes is what you're asking.
No, I can't add it to the July 8th meeting because the message wasn't sent out till yesterday.
So you want to add it?
Add it to these minutes, but it's a follow-up to the minutes from July 8th, and so it's appropriate just to mention it.
Okay.
That's all.
You good, Mr. Duffy?
Yes, sir.
A motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a second from Councilman Gambaro. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're going to move on to H, ordinance of the first read.
No, Mayor, we have the Charter Review
Oh.
Committee appointments.
Okay, that's not on you. I'm sorry, Mr. Duffy.
No worries.
Go right ahead, City Manager.
Mayor, City Council, as per your request, we have an application for people who would like to be on our charter review committee. The charter does not dictate the process in which you select one. It just says you each get to pick one person from the list. So would take any guidance of how you'd like to proceed procedurally, whether that's going by voting order, district order, draw names, pick straws. I mean, it's your
Somebody got a cap?
it's your process, so we'll be happy to follow it however you would like.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I would say this, I read through and I've seen it, we can select one. I would hope that the representatives would pick someone from their district, but that's not a requirement. I guess to make it easy and simple, we can go reverse order or straight order. Anybody have any, okay, I'll propose we go reverse order, start with District 4.
And I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
Before we start. The one thing that happens a lot of times when we pick, say, 5 people, citizens, to be on one of our committees, and this is really an important one, and since we each get one person, I think it would make sense to me that after we pick the first 5, that each of us pick a second person in case one of the people that we pick can't fulfill the duties. It would avoid another meeting to have to go through all this again, and it kind of will keep the ball rolling without having extra meetings to do it. So that would be my only comment, just to, after we do the first 5, we do a second set as replacements in case somebody's ill or can't fulfill the duties.
I would concur with that. I was thinking about that last night as far as alternates, because some people drop off out of committees, say code enforcement or building and land development, they'll drop out. So do we have consensus to go with an alternate?
Yes, can we just be very clear that, so if I pick 2 individuals and my first pick is the one that for some reason cannot fulfill that duty, it would be my alternate. Is that what we're talking? Okay, just
Right.
want to be very clear about that.
Yeah. Because since we each get one.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just.
So are we picking 2 each turn?
Well, no, we'll go through and pick the first 5, and then we'll each pick an alternate in case our primary drops out.
How about, since you propose reverse, we do like the snake? I don't know if you know, fantasy draft.
Fantasy draft, there you go.
So the last person to go then starts the next round and we go in the reverse order that way?
It doesn't matter to
Sure.
me.
That's fine.
Okay, are we good? So Councilman Gambaro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm sorry, let's do this here. I appreciate everyone that applied. How many total did we have, City Manager?
27.
27. And, you know, it was reported that we couldn't get anybody to apply. We got 27 people to apply. That's pretty good. And because everybody's busy and everybody's, you know, got their lives to live. But I really appreciate, if you applied, raise your hand, please. If you're in the audience, you raise your hand. Look at that.
Great.
So all these guys and gals want to help make their city better and take a look at our charter. So, but if you could, please, could you list the names, City Manager?
I'm sorry if I butcher anybody's name. Lupe Asmith, Greg Blase, Robert Bogus, Adrian Calderon, Rich Cooper, Andrew Dodzik, Jenny Duarte, Ramon Giaccone, Denise Henry, Stephen Ludwig, David Rybarger, Ramon Marrero, Michael Martin, Donna McGevna, Georgianne Miller, Patrick Miller, Perry Matrano, Sherry Montgomery, Donald O'Brien, Anthony Pearson, Chantel Pruinger, Alberto Renault Ritondo, Melissa Roller, Jake Scully, Donna Stansel, Karen Sousa, and Brad West.
Thank you, everyone, for applying. I appreciate it, and our community appreciate it. It's weird, Mike, hearing Michael Martin. I grew up with a Michael Martin, and I know you as Mike, so Michael kind of freaks me out because I grew up with a kid named Michael Martin. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Councilman Gambaro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to everybody. Just want to say thank you again for all the applicants and wanting to take an active role in a really important task of helping us, review and updating our charter. It's my honor to appoint somebody from my district, someone that has served in the U.S. Army as a veteran during the Cold War, someone who served as a military police officer, and someone who also served as a policeman for the city of San Juan, Puerto Rico for over 20 years. Someone who's lived in our community for almost 20 years, who's been a leader in our community, someone who is the president of our Hispanic Association, and also is a senior member of the Knights of Columbus, and is currently the faithful navigator for our assembly out at Santa Maria del Mar Catholic Church. So it is my honor to select Mr. Ramon Marrero to serve on our charter committee. So, Mr. Marrero, could you please stand up? Congratulations. Look forward to some hard work out of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do think this is an important charter review that we're going to go through and then eventually find out what gets approved and what doesn't get approved. But we found recently that the charter lacks, it has too much subjectivity in it and needs some more specifics. So I look forward. My nominee will be Donald O'Brien, who is very experienced, a longtime resident of Palm Coast and experienced in all governmental matters, a businessman, and who has Palm Coast deep in his heart as important. So Donald O'Brien is my nominee.
Thank you, sir. Mr. O'Brien, are you in the audience? There he is. Mr. O'Brien's back there. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. My pick is, I guess, along the same line as Councilman Sullivan's thinking, somebody who's been in the community for a long time, a business owner in the community, and also very involved with different cities in our county. I think just some great institutional knowledge and will lend a lot of life knowledge and life skills to this process. Mr. Perry Matrano.
Where you at, Perry? Stand up. There's Perry right there. Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be fairly short-winded. I would like to nominate Mr. Michael Martin as my first choice.
Thank you, sir. Mike, can you stand up? Thank you, sir. And I'm going with Mr. Patrick Miller. Where you at, Patrick? Strong conservative. Thank you, sir. Okay, back to you, Councilman Miller.
Back to me. I would like to nominate Mrs. Donna Stansel as my alternate choice.
Miss Donna, stand up, please. Miss Donna is the alternate for District 1. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. As my alternate, somebody who has been, I think really has her ear to the ground on what the residents think and feel, has really been an advocate for the city and the residents, Miss Donna McGevna.
Thank you. Is Miss Donna, I hadn't seen Miss Donna. She's not here today. Okay,
No.
Councilman Sullivan?
Yes, for my alternate, I would nominate a person who is, there's a lot of election issues involved with our charter. So I would nominate Karen Sousa for that position as alternate, my second person.
Thank you, sir. Karen's probably at work over at, oh, there she is. I never see Karen that much outside of the Supervisor of Elections office. I'm glad you're there, Karen. Thank you.
My alternate is Greg Blase.
Mr. Blase? Thank you, and I guess I'm the last one?
Right.
Ms. Chantel? Stand up, Ms. Chantel. Ms. Chantel will be my alternate. Okay, that's out of the way. Are we good? And what would be our guidance to the alternates? They will only be in, will we be wanting to allow them to attend all meetings, or are they just to step in if someone falls out?
Well, Mr. Mayor, the meetings are open always to the public.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
They're welcome to attend if they like.
All right, no worries. Thank you, sir. Thank everyone. Thank everyone, and hopefully within a year's time, you will fix some of the problems that we have already annotated in our charter. Thank you so much. All right, moving on. Item H, first read. Council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have an ordinance of the first read for an ordinance 2025 establishing the creation of the Lighthouse Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes. This is a quasi-judicial matter. So once we have discussed all this, the council just needs to give their ex parte communications.
And is there, anyone had any ex parte communications?
No, sir.
No? From the Vice Mayor? You'll have to ask him when he gets back in his seat, but, oh, there you go. Got the answer.
For the record, Mr. Gambaro also said that he does not have none,
Yes,
so we have it on the record.
I got him. Okay, let's move along. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. For the record, Fong Wing, Senior Planner with Community Development Department. This is the item for
Speak up, Fong.
Yeah, this is the item for the Lighthouse Community Development District to create the development district. It is about 67 plus or minus acres located in the northeast quadrant of Copeland Lane and Roberts Road, as depicted here in the dashed red lines. In May of this year, the property owner submitted an application to create the Lighthouse Community Development District, as it is a funding mechanism for providing the infrastructure to develop 664 or in total 785 multifamily units, 98,500 square feet of retail, commercial, and 60,000 square feet or 200 slips, boat storage, and 121 townhouses. So if you add 664 and 121, that equates to 785 residential units.
Right next door.
The purpose and standards, the CDD is a special purpose unit of government that is utilized to acquire, finance, operate, and maintain the infrastructure in a large planned community. A key advantage is the developer can obtain low-cost financing by issuing tax-exempt bonds. The city is not a party to the financing and does not incur any obligation for the infrastructure debt. Once the infrastructure is completed, it is managed by a 5-member board of supervisors. Florida law requires potential purchasers of real estate within the CDD to be notified upfront in writing of the infrastructure costs and annual payments. Payments are made to the Flagler County Tax Collector's Office as an assessment. So according to statutes, the establishment of a CDD less than 2,500 acres may be approved by the City Council, and Chapter 190 provides 6 factors which the City Council shall consider in their review of the establishment of the CDD. So the first factor is that whether all statements contained within the petition have been found to be true and correct. Staff finds the statements contained in the petition correct and true. Number 2, whether the establishment of the district is inconsistent with any applicable element or portion of the state comprehensive plan or of the effective local comprehensive plan. Staff finds the proposed petition consistent with the state and the City of Palm Coast comprehensive plan. Number 3, whether the area of land within the proposed district is of sufficient size, is sufficiently compact, and is sufficiently contiguous to the developable as one functional interrelated community. Lighthouse CDD contains approximately 67 acres, planned as a mixed-use community with residential and commercial. Staff finds the development of sufficient size, scale, and sufficiently compact to serve as a functional interrelated community. Number 4, whether the district is the best alternative available for delivering community development services and facilities to the area that will be served by the district. This is an important factor to consider. Staff finds the CDD is an alternative available to provide facilities and services to this interrelated community. Further, staff finds the CDD will prevent the general body of taxpayers from bearing the burden for installation of infrastructure and maintenance of certain facilities and services within the CDD, resulting in an efficient use of infrastructure and resources. Factor number 5, whether the community development services and facilities of the district will be incompatible with the capacity and uses of existing local and regional community development services and facilities. Staff does not find incompatibilities with the capacity and uses of existing local and regional facilities and services. The petition contends the CDD will provide a perpetual entity capable of making reasonable provisions for the operation and maintenance of the district facilities and services. And lastly, whether the area that will be served by the district is amenable to separate special district government. The CDD will provide facilities and services to the Lighthouse Plan development and will be amenable to separate special district within the city of Palm Coast. So overall, staff finds that the Lighthouse CDD met all 6 factors. City and applicant ran as per statutory requirements, and staff has not received any communication for the public on this petition to date. So the recommendation to City Council is that planning staff recommends that City Council determine the Lighthouse Community Development District petition is in compliance with Florida Statutes Chapter 190 and the city's comprehensive plan, and approve the ordinance establishing the Lighthouse Community Development District, application number 6287. So this is the first hearing, and we are announcing the second reading as well. It is scheduled for August 5th. And with that, the applicant is present and available for questions, and I'm available as well.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the dais?
So do you want to wait for a motion, or can we do it now?
Well, I'm saying any questions of Mr. Funk?
My only question, this is more for the public's benefit. The creation of the CDD doesn't create any additional benefits or rights to the developer for this specific development, correct? It just allows them a funding mechanism to fund the infrastructure inside the community. Is that accurate?
That's a very accurate statement. Is a funding mechanism to help them to finance the infrastructure. I think they stated about $26 million.
Okay, thank you.
Another level of government within the community.
I was going to add.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to add that new feature, we can turn them off and on. So I was going to add that the CDD also has to adhere to sunshine laws and state statutes in that regard.
Yes, they have a 5-member board, and they conduct that, depends on the schedule. Yes, sir.
That's the governing body.
Yeah, I have just one
Yes, sir.
comment.
Go right ahead, Mr.
Question.
Sullivan.
What I've noticed, that there are pluses and minuses to CDDs and HOAs, but we've been talking this morning about enforcement of code violations. What I've noticed, I live in an HOA and a CDD, what I've noticed is that that's another source to do code enforcement, basically. And since it's a smaller group, people are more interested, they're part of the neighborhood. I think that in some ways handles some of the problems of enforcement of our codes in the city. I'm not saying we should all be in CDDs or HOAs, but I'm just saying, as far as that goes, sometimes there are some benefits of having a CDD.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, Councilman Gambaro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to be on the record, no ex parte communications. Thank you.
We got you. With that being said, can we get a motion?
I'll move that we approve first reading of ordinance 2025-XX, establishing the creation of the Lighthouse Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion from the dais? We'll open this matter up to public comment. Anyone having any comments, please come forward. Yes, Ms. Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast. Did I hear that we are now going to with another development, assume some responsibility for infrastructure to our water and sewer treatment plant. Are we taxpayers going to be burdened by this development? Now, you got the Graham Swamp coming up on the agenda. How many more developments are we going to have in this city? And I see there's a big tract of land in the R section that's all mowed down. Are there going to be no costs by us present taxpayers because of approving this development? Thank you. It's a big consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public participation? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais for closing comments. Anyone have anything? Anything, Vice Mayor?
I'll just help clarify for you, Ms. Stoughton. We're not approving a new development. We're just approving a mechanism for them to actually pay for their own infrastructure. So this is something, unlike the infill lots where we have to pay to connect some infrastructure for the infill lots, the CDDs are created so that they can actually create their own roads, their own connections, things like that. So this is actually a good thing for the community. It does help them to be more self-sufficient for their future residents.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Just a quick question,
Yes, sir.
given the comment that our resident brought up. You know, I know Hammock Dunes and other places, they have their own package plant. What's the plan here? Is the plan for them to initially have their own package plant for wastewater services?
No, they already have approval, and we reserved that already for them. They came in for the MPD back in 2023.
These flows are going to wastewater treatment plant 1.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Anything else? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
We're moving on to item 5. City Attorney?
Yes, we have another ordinance of 2025, Airports Commerce Fire Station 26 Land Exchange, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Application 6154.
Any follow-up, City Manager?
Mr. Hanson is getting his presentation ready. This is a little bit of house cleaning, City Council. If you recall, when we did a land swap for Fire Station 26, we had zoning on our land, they had zoning on their land. This is cleaning up the flume and the zoning for the land that we swapped for the fire station.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Hanson.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Michael Hansen for Community Development. And this particular project, it does have the small-scale future land use map amendment and also a companion rezoning. The slideshow that you're about to see contains both presentations, so I'll stop halfway through for the recommendation for the future land use so you can make action on that. Or if you choose to have me go through, you'll just note that you'll have to make motions for both the future land use and then also the rezoning applications independently.
Okay, hold on just a second, Mr. Hanson. Does anyone have any problem with him going through 2? We'll just have to do 2 motions?
No.
You good with that, Mr. Duffy? We're good? All right, continue on, Mr. Hanson.
All right. This here's the aerial showing the location. The north-south road that you're looking at, Seminole Woods Boulevard, and the east-west road is Airport Commerce Center Way. As you can kind of see on the aerial, this is just southeast of the actual airport location. The request here for the small-scale future land use map amendment is from the institutional, or it's from institutional and mixed use. Sorry, I got a little tongue-tied. And as the city manager mentioned, this is essentially cleanup due to the land swap that happened with Resolution 2024-106. On this particular aerial, you can see the site that is highlighted red is where the property that the owner had, that they gave to the city for the siting of Fire Station 26, right at the northwest quadrant of Seminole Woods Boulevard and Airport Commerce Center Way. We essentially exchange the land that's highlighted in the yellow, which is the subject parcel. As far as public participation, the applicant met all requirements for our neighborhood meeting requirements, posting, as far as the placards on the site, and they went through the public hearing with the planning board. However, staff has not received any kind of further public participation or inquiries from members of the public regarding the project. As far as evaluating a future land use map amendment, we're taking a look at its impact with the theoretical limits. So essentially what we're looking at, the institutional allows for zoning districts that support or mixed use from industrial allows zoning districts that support residential density, and theoretical maximum residential density on this particular slide that you're seeing on the upper portion. The institutional designation does not allow for any kind of residential density, where the proposed mixed use future land use does allow for a maximum residential density of 15 dwelling units per acre with a theoretical maximum of 1,020 residential units. Now, I do want to caution the council with the proposed zoning of industrial 1 on the property, that would not allow for any residential density on the property whatsoever. And there are substantial wetlands, which I'll get into, that would limit these theoretical maximums. So as far as the non-residential maximum theoretical intensity, what we're looking at with the current institutional, you're looking at a 0.30 floor area ratio, where the mixed use allows for as 0.55 once, and that's a substantial large net change for the maximum square footage potentially allowable with that, just looking at floor area ratio. However, it's much lower than that with the proposed zoning district of industrial 1, because it has limitation of a maximum floor area ratio within our land development code of 0.35. So you're looking at, with the companion rezoning as well, a net change of 59,264 square feet from what's currently allowed in the institutional future land use designation. And as I mentioned, there's approximately 8.64 acres of wetlands on the site, and a large portion of the site falls within FEMA's 100-year floodplain, also known as Special Flood Hazard Area Zone A, which is the land that's more adjacent to the east side of the property. And I have a map here, just a couple slides, that show you the location of where that's at. So those factors will theoretically, reduce that theoretical maximum from the maximum that they potentially could develop with this future land use map amendment. Within the criteria for future land use map amendments, we're looking at analysis of potable water, sanitary availability to the site. The applicant has to pay in to mitigate their impact on any kind of public facilities following the proposed future land use map amendment and rezoning through a separate technical site plan application. So as far as impacts to our potable water, sanitary, sewer, we don't make reservations for capacity at this stage. That's evaluated during the technical site plan application. Should the applicant decide to develop the property for a particular use. Right now, this application is conceptual in nature, just changing the land use designation and zoning district on the property. We also take a look at analysis for concurrency monitor facilities for traffic. So we're looking at the traffic going on to Seminole Woods Boulevard, and the theoretical maximum increase, because we're always looking at what's the maximum that there could potentially be within the zoning use type. So evaluating for institutional traffic engineers use type 590, which is a library. That's the theoretical maximum right now for the institutional future land use. If that property was developed with the most intense use that's allowed today, would result in 8.16 p.m. peak hour trips per 1,000 square feet, where if it was developed as a strip retail plaza, which is the most intense use for the mixed-use future land use, you're looking at 6.59 p.m. peak hours per 1,000 square feet as well. So With that in mind, you're looking at a potential of a reduction of 168 potential trips based on those theoretical maximum ratios based on and also with the inclusion of the floor area ratio of 0.35 of the industrial 1 zoning. As far as the demand for potable water and sanitary sewer treatment, we're looking at evaluating between the current and proposed land uses, and based on the ratio of a net increase of 0.01 million gallons per day as far as potable water, and that's with the IND1 zoning if approval. And then also, on top of it, the sanitary, you're looking at a theoretical maximum increase of 0.006 million gallons a day as well, based on that floor area ratio limit of IND1. Once again, these are theoretical maximums, so based on the potential development of the property, it's unlikely that applicant would be able to actually achieve those maximums. This map here shows the extent of those wetlands that I mentioned on the left-hand side of the page, and then the extent of the 100-year floodplain on the right-hand page. So it substantially acts as essentially a vegetative buffer that is adjacent to Seminole Woods Boulevard. So what will happen as far as the development of the land, whoever ultimately develops it, it will likely push the development further westward of the property, further away from Seminole Woods Boulevard. For that purpose, the city, during the land swap resolution of 2024, provided the owner a 100-foot access easement through the property for the fire station and the southwest corner of the site to Airport Commerce Center Way. That way it minimizes any potential need for traversing through the wetlands to connect to Seminole Woods Boulevard. That also has an added benefit of traffic going through Airport Commerce Center Way, which is an intersection that would allow for a full left-hand turn, whereas if they were to punch through on Seminole Woods Boulevard, we would only allow the right-hand turn for right in, right out. Because the property is in that 100-year floodplain, through the development, they will have to go through a letter of map revision based on FEMA's firm modeling to establish a base flood elevation of the property. That way we can ensure that any potential impact to that floodplain has adequate compensatory storage as far as a 1 cup for 1 cup ratio to ensure that we have adequate volume retention for that floodplain area. Additionally, during the technical site plan from environmental aspect, the project will have to submit a threatened and endangered species report, conduct a 100% gopher tortoise survey, and provide UMAM, which is Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method scores, to evaluate the quality of any potential wetland impacts on the site. This particular slide shows the land use developmental pattern. On the left-hand side is the existing. The central area, blue, is institutional in color, where the surrounding red, pink, and purple colors are, the red and pink are mixed use, low intensity. Those are all zoned for light industrial uses. The pink color and just so you're aware, is actually county unincorporated land owned by the airport. So it has their designations, which is compatible with our mixed-use designation that surrounds the subject property. Now, the blue strip that you see on the east side of Seminole Woods Boulevard is a 300-foot wide power line easement for FP&L, which acts as an additional buffer for the residential zone or designated land east of that power line easement that's developed as a neighborhood as part of the U section. In evaluating future land use map amendments, we're looking at consistency with the comprehensive plan. So here are a few samples of policies that staff has evaluated as far as consistency with it. As I mentioned, the land use compatibility matches what they're looking at. Essentially, if the property that the applicant has right now was not owned previously by the city, It would have likely been designated as mixed use to be consistent with the land use compatibility west of Seminole Woods Boulevard from the start. Their request completely fits within the character and developmental pattern that you saw on the previous slide. There is availability for water and sewer in the facility. As I mentioned, the property owner will be responsible for paying to connect through impact fees in regards to that. And as the site abuts Fire Station 26 to the north, there's adequate public facilities for public safety purposes for the site, and the fact that the property owner helped directly enhance public safety in the area by providing this land for Fire Station 26. Increase the public fire safety services to that immediate and surrounding vicinity. The planning board met on June 18th to hear both the future land use map amendment and the rezoning applications. They voted unanimously 6-0 in favor of recommending the future land use map amendment to the city council. And the recommendation that I have here from the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board is that the city council find the application 6154 consistent with the comprehensive plan and approve the future land use map amendment from institutional to mixed use. This might be a good stopping point if you have questions related to the future land use map amendment, or if you'd like me to proceed, I can start going into the rezoning portion.
Anyone on the council have any questions for Mr. Hanson at this moment? Go right ahead, Mr. Hanson.
All
Well,
right.
one quick one.
Yes, sir.
The entrance and exit, you were talking about that right turn. Which way are the fire department, they're going to come out?
All
Are they
right,
gonna come
so-
out on the Seminole Woods or on that road to the south?
So the access is designed to be off Airport Commerce Center Way. And the reason for that for fire trucks, because of the length of fire trucks, to be able to have access to make a left-hand turn onto Seminole Woods Boulevard to better provide that surrounding area. So rather than having this property punch through to Seminole Woods Boulevard and only have a right in, right out, the city provided that access easement that's 100 foot in width to have them access through Airport Commerce Center Way, which also gives the applicant a ability to make a left-hand turn. But that way you don't have traffic coming out from this particular site that might be competing with vehicles exiting the fire station as well.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that cleared up. So you can continue on, Mr. Hanson.
All right, thank you. The remaining portion is covering the zoning map amendment on the site. These particular maps show on the left-hand side the current zoning and the proposed zoning maps. And it's, from a land use perspective, it's very similar as far as that developmental pattern. Everything west of Seminole Woods Boulevard is zoned for our light industrial and warehousing zoning district, which is IND 1. In that particular area, we do have a little portion that is zoned heavy industrial, which is that IND 2 to the very southwest. Otherwise, the land that is shown as an I, that's the county's unincorporated light industrial as well. And then the PSP is that power line easement, and then you see the residential neighborhood over to the east of that 300-foot wide power line easement as well. As far as evaluating the site development requirements for the proposed zoning of in light industrial, IND1, compared to the current zoning of public, semi-public, they're very similar as far as site development goes, equally require the same lot size, same lot width, same surface or impervious surface ratios. Setbacks are essentially identical in regards, but the maximum building height is 65 feet for IND1 compared to 100 feet for PSP. In regards to building height, due to the proximity to the airport, it's unlikely for anybody to actually be able to build at that maximum height. The airport will probably require no higher than 35 feet. Floor area ratio, as I mentioned with IND1, is slightly more than what PSP allows at 0.35 as opposed to 0.30. As far as evaluating requests for rezonings, we have a couple different sets of criteria. We evaluated under our land development criteria section 2.05.05 and then also 2.06.03. So the first set of the 5 criteria talk about whether or not it's in conflict with public interest, whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, if it would impose any kind of significant financial liability on the city, whether it would create any kind of unreasonable hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to the public safety, and whether or not the development would comply with any kind of applicable laws as well, or regulations that we might have. So in regards to that, this particular project is completely within the, within the confines of the public interest. As that I mentioned with those maps, it fits the developmental pattern for light industrial west of Seminole Woods Boulevard. And then because of the on-site wetlands and the floodplain area, and then the addition of that 300-foot wide FPL easement, there's a substantially large buffer before you get to the closest residential zone properties for this light industrial use. So it meets those requirements in regards. And then additionally, because this particular property participated in the land swap that the city initiated to be able to site Fire Station 26 where it is, they directly increased our public interest that we had as far as being able to provide additional safety to the area. As I mentioned during the future land use map amendment, I listed several policies on the slide as far as compatibility. Same thing with the zoning side. The requested zoning is consistent with our comprehensive plan, and at this point, because you guys adopted the 2050 comprehensive plan, those are the policies that we're consistent with when we're looking at. So they're very largely the same to the previous ones, just the numbering's changed a little bit. As I mentioned, they'll be responsible for paying to connect to the utilities at the time of development during technical site plan application process, and when they go through the site development permit. We don't evaluate and make a reservation for capacity at this point in the game, but once we get to that point, that's when that's calculated and they make those payments. But because they're responsible for making those connections, it's unlikely that it's going to create any kind of significant financial liability or hardship on the city, as we already have those mains in place along Seminole Woods Boulevard. Additionally, the proposed rezoning is unlikely to constitute any kind of public hazard or constitute a threat to the welfare safety of the city or its residents. It's next to a fire station, so in the event a fire breaks down, it's going to be a very short response time, I would imagine. And additionally, there's substantial buffer. There's significant wetlands that push us further away from the residential area than what otherwise they could potentially develop at. So it's an evaluation of the buffer location. It's an ideal location, honestly, for the use in that regard. The project will have to comply with our land development code, our comprehensive plan, and then any other requirements. So when they look at developing, you're looking at ADA, Florida Building Code, Florida Fire Prevention Code. So when they get to that point of developing, they'll have to go through all those requirements to be consistent before potentially getting approved. And any event that they do decide to develop it from a technical site plan standard, once they hit that square footage thresholds that we have that delineate between minor developments, moderate or major, this kind of project, if they do decide to develop it, could potentially come back before this body if it ends up being a major development at 100,000 or more gross square feet. The second set of criteria that we have for rezoning, as I mentioned, is under section 2.06.03. The first one is just like in the last one, whether or not the application is consistent with their comprehensive plan. We take a look at the impact upon its environment, natural resources, the impact on its economy of the surrounding area, impact upon our concurrency monitored facilities, such as potable water, sanitary sewer, school concurrency, public safety, transportation, any kind of changes or conditions that affect the area, and then compatibility from a land use perspective with the proximate uses and developmental patterns that we've seen, and whether it accomplishes a legitimate public purpose. Going through, as I mentioned, it's consistent with our comprehensive plan. We didn't have any issues that would prevent this particular rezoning application. The impact upon the environment, natural resources, because there are those floodplains on the site and the wetlands. As I mentioned, when it gets to the technical site plan, they'll have to establish a base flood elevation, they'll have to provide qualified environmental threat and endangered species report, gopher tortoise surveys, and minimize any potential impacts to the wetlands as well. So that's something that will all be reviewed during the technical site plan application to ensure compliance, and they minimize any kind of impact upon the environment. As far as the impact on the economy, this particular rezoning, although it's conceptual nature, so we don't have a use actually tied to it, because it was involved in that land swap that allowed us to site a fire station on the area, it makes the area completely safer for everybody else. So any kind of businesses in the area or residential developments are better provided safety. So that way it then theoretically can increase the economy of those businesses as well. As far as any kind of impact, as I mentioned, it's a rezoning. We're looking at non-residential uses. There's no impact to school concurrency. And as we mentioned, with the potential for 5 p.m. peak hour trips and 24 daily trips, it's a very minimal impact to the existing traffic network on Seminole Woods Boulevard. There's ingress, egress through that easement that I mentioned. So we didn't have any kind of issue with transportation, schools, and there's the nearby connections for those mains for our potable water and sanitary. So as far as changes, as I mentioned, if the land hadn't been previously owned by us, it likely would have had been designated for mixed use and zoned for light industrial warehousing to begin with, because that meets the surrounding and adjacent land use and developmental patterns within the site. So now that the property is privately owned rather than publicly held, it makes sense to rezone it to make it compatible with that surrounding land use developmental pattern. The applicant's primary business, they talked about some kind of green recycling facility as far as yard debris, recycling that. They haven't committed one way or the other as far as actually developing that within this site. That was a use that they were looking at, but it would be a smaller kind of use that would be tucked back within the site further away and meets the use criteria that we have for our light industrial and warehousing zoning district. So in evaluation of the rezoning application, we were able to say that it met the application requirements. And additionally, this rezoning makes the property owner whole since they participated in the land use swap with us to allow us to develop Fire Station 26. It gives them the entitlements and rights that they had on the property that they gave us. It doesn't give them anything that they didn't have in the first place before they engage in this land swap resolution that we had last year that the city initiated with them. Public facilities are available. It meets our developmental criteria for the LDC, and then it's consistent with our comprehensive plan as far as its overall rezoning. In conclusion, the planning board met in June 18th, voted unanimously to recommend the approval of this rezoning application, and recommends the city council find the application consistent with the comprehensive plan, unified land development code, and approve the requested zoning map amendment from public, semi-public to light industrial and warehousing. Next steps, following this reading, both applications come back to city council for a second read, and then the developer, when they choose to develop it, will have to submit for that technical site plan application. I'm available for any questions the board may have. Otherwise, the applicant's team's in attendance as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Mr. Hanson? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess my first question is, for this parcel, which was originally owned by us, right, and was part of the land swap, it's the entire parcel is PSP. When did we acquire that? Do you know?
I'd have to double check the date, sir, but I don't have that information currently with me.
Okay. I guess my question is, so as part of the land swap, we took their land, which is light industrial. It looks like we broke up the parcel in order to separate out the fire station. And that is zoned, I believe, PSP, but then the rest is still Industrial 1 of the land that they previously owned, which we now own.
That's correct. So fire stations are permitted use in the light industrial warehousing. So when we took ownership of those properties that had the IND1 zoning, it didn't require the city to go through rezoning for the properties that we inherited.
Okay. And then I guess the question I had is, and that kind of falls with when we acquired it and what its intended use was at the time, whether it was going to be for a fire station or whatever the case may be, why that whole parcel was PSP, but this still remains Industrial 1, but I guess it makes sense if the fire station is allowed within Industrial 1. The remaining, obviously that'll be a policy decision that we would make, but I assume the remaining can be used for economic development or any other thing we decide to use it for. Were there any discussions during the time of the land swap to, I guess my confusion is because the way I look at this is we're making the previous owner whole from the land swap, right? We're
That's
giving
correct.
them back entitlements that existed on the property they gave us, but now they have PSP, which they may not be able to use. So is it because of the administrative process that we couldn't handle all that within the original land swap agreement?
Personally, I wasn't involved in the land swap last fall.
I'm just asking process.
And process-wise, and I even had a discussion with the applicant on the project, that if I was a private planner, I would have recommended as a condition for the land swap in the first place, doing that rezoning at the
Right, because, I
time.
mean, we could deny, right? And then we did not make them whole. So for me, I would want that kind of in writing, right, if it's legally allowed.
Yeah, Ray Tyner, Deputy Director. It's correct. That wasn't in the original agreement to be able to do a rezoning or administrative rezoning. So we're going through the criteria, it meets the criteria, it meets the land development code, it meets the comprehensive plan. So that was not in the original agreement. And, you know, as far as an agreement, we could have done an agreement, but you really need to take the action of a quasi-judicial proceeding, still go through the flume and the rezoning process. And that's
Okay.
what we're doing here today.
I was just wondering why that was, not because I have any intent to vote any certain way, but just because I kind of wondered about that.
Yeah, and the fire station, you know, the reason for the land, the swap was that further access it really puts them in a very, very good advantage to be able to do that. So they approached us to try to coordinate with this owner of the property, and they were very amenable to help us out in that endeavor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor, you had something?
No questions. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Hanson, for the presentation. Really informative. I particularly like you breaking down the maps to show us that this is perfectly compatible still. I think I was on council when we approved the land swap, and even though the land that we swapped for appears to be larger, and it is, it's not buildable because of some of those wetlands and that natural buffer, which I actually really like. So thank you for making that very clear and being thorough, and just doing a really great job on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hanson, you had something?
Oh, she thanked me, sir, so I was just saying you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Just
Sullivan?
one thought, I'm supporting this, but a couple of years ago, the state made a law, and I guess our attorney may want to discuss this, where they could override a city or a county decision as far as land use in order to support low-cost housing. Based on what we're going to approve today, could that still happen in this case?
So the law that you're referring to is Senate Bill, well, currently just amended with Senate Bill 1730, Law of Florida 2025-172. Incidentally, I'm the one that wrote the ordinance for the city's Live Local ordinance, so I'm well aware of this particular law. The zoning classification to light industrial does technically allow for residential development under the Live Local. They would have to require minimum of 40% of the units to be affordable to within 120% of the area median income for the particular development. The city did have one Live Local project that has recently been approved off of Old Kings, further to the north of this particular site. However, due to the proximity to the airport, there's some language in the recently adopted county airport regulations that the airport and the county would likely take objection to citing residential development right next to the airport because of noise contour and airport impacted areas. There's language in the state law regarding Live Local that excludes airport impacted areas under Florida Statute 333.03. So ultimately, that would be something for our legal team to evaluate whether it meets the provisions for that airport impacted zone, whether it would potentially exempt for the Live Local or development as far as the law on the state side.
Right, so that concerns me a little in that this doesn't lock it in.
Is there any, which of our zoning codes would be exempt from Live Local?
The way Live Local reads with the, and we're going to have to actually update our city ordinance to match the new amended law. So that's another project that I'm working on that you'll see in the next few months. Currently, the law reads that any kind of commercial, industrial, or mixed-use designated land or PUD or master plan development, like non-residential components within that, would allow theoretically for Live Local development. So as far as that particular industrial park as is, since there are vacant sites, there are light industrial zone properties on it that theoretically could be developed as is with Live Local. But like I said, it'd be up to our attorneys to decide whether or not the proximity to the airport would be exempted due to that exemption for airport impacted areas within the law.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I've been worried all along for the last few years about residential developments going in on the west side of Seminole Boulevard there as you come off of 100. And I think this is the issue, and it does tend to lend itself to what I'm talking about. I hope that's not going to happen, but I'm just saying I don't think the way we're doing this excludes that possibility.
Yeah,
that would be my point.
I'm with you on that, Councilman, and I think I particularly have vocalized quite ire for Live Local. Even though I think it has good tensions, there's definitely ability for abuse. Question though, because that brings up a really good analysis. Is there anything that can be done? Obviously, we've already given them the deed to the property, so we can't put any deed restrictions on it retroactively. But do we know what the landowner's intention for this property is, so that perhaps we don't approve a zoning change now, but can approve something in the future, or do some special exceptions so that we can kind of insulate this from being taken advantage by Live Local and turned into residential?
My conversation with the landowners regarding the particular project, they had initially talked about potentially expanding their company that's located out in the Melbourne area over by Palm Bay for that green recycling facility on site, but then there was some consideration whether or not that they'd actually develop with that particular use or market the property for another potential buyer. Now, as you mentioned during the land swap, when we deeded off the particular property, we didn't put in any kind of restrictions for that. I'm not an attorney, and we have a couple great ones already here up at the dais, but it might be possible that the owners of the property could put a self-imposed deed restriction on the property so that it's not developed with residential density.
And you're reducing the height from 100 feet to 65 feet.
That's correct, but it's probably lower than that due to the proximity to the airport, sir.
So at 65 feet, what level building can we build? Is that a two-story max, three-story max?
35 feet can typically be about 3 stories.
35 feet is 3 stories. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to add, maybe we will work with the landowner. They've been very, very good at working with them, and we'll work with Marcus about maybe a deed restriction on that property by the second read, because it takes 2 readings to move forward. And also, just to let you know that I know, Craig, we have been in communication with this owner too, and we'll continue, I'll talk to Craig, and we'll continue to try to work with that owner of looking at maybe some sort of manufacturing or some sort of facility other than that. So we continue to have conversations with them.
Yeah, if by the second read, we can negotiate some type of deed restriction, that would be wonderful.
Okay, we'll try.
They're up for it, at least. Do you have anything, Councilman Gambaro? Okay, now we're going to have to do this in 2, so can we get a motion on the,
I'll go back to the language for you.
Before you do that motion, these are both quasi judicial, so let's do ex parte communications for both of these.
already did that.
Just for the first, I think.
Okay. Oh, for both?
Yes, please.
Any ex parte communication?
Nothing's changed.
I don't think I've seen anything like that, no.
Thank you.
I don't even know the name of the landowners.
So let's do a motion one by one.
Okay, let's
But
go.
we can do a public comment for both of them, so we don't go out twice.
So can I get a motion to approve the comprehensive plan amendment for application 6154?
So moved.
I'll second.
First, Vice Mayor,
Second.
doesn't matter.
Mr. Miller did the motion, Vice Mayor seconded.
She beat you to the punch, Councilman Sullivan. Any further discussion from the dais? We'll open this first part up, the comprehensive plan amendment to public participation. Does anyone have any comment concerning this comp plan amendment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion? No discussion. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we need a motion for the land exchange zoning map amendment, application 6151.
So moved.
Second.
We got a first and a second. Any further discussion from the dais? We'll open this up to public comment. And does anyone have any comments concerning the land exchange zoning map amendment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion? No
These are both first reads.
Yes, these are all first reads. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to resolutions. Number 7, City Attorney.
Yes, we have a 2025 resolution setting a proposed maximum millage rate and setting the first tentative budget hearing date, time, and location for the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As Ms. Alves and Ms. Ragsdale are coming to the presentation to present our tentative budget, I just wanted to remind you that we have added your direction from your workshop last week of setting the millage as the same rate as last year at this time. With the option for City Council to always go lower, we are just setting the max at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Helena and Ms. Ragsdale.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. We're here to present to you revenues and expenditures for the general fund, update you on any changes from last week, as well as the proposed maximum millage rate. This is a look at your trim timeline. First public hearing is tentatively scheduled for September 10th at 5:15 here at City Hall, and that will be advertised on the trim notice that will be sent out by the property appraiser. The hearing will set the tentative budget and tentative millage rate. The final public hearing is tentatively scheduled for September 24th, also at 5:15 p.m. here at City Hall, and that will be to adopt the final budget and millage rate. This next chart shows you the history of property values, millage rate, receipts collected, and population. Fiscal year 2026 population number is from our Community Development Department. Estimated population at 114,858. The taxable values increased 10.34%, with 5.49 attributable to new construction. We will move forward to general fund revenues and expenditures. New positions for fiscal year 2026 are 1 for the fire department and 2 for public works department. Total eliminated positions are 1.5 in the administrative services area and 1 in Parks and Recreation Golf. All others are transfers. The only change from last week is to transfer 30% of an FTE from the building fund to code enforcement to better align the administrative tasks and costs. So this is big picture view of the general fund revenues. Overall change approximately 7.6 million or 12.5%. Ad valorem is the largest revenue source for the general fund. Assuming the same millage rate from last year of 4.1893, we would generate approximately 44 million in ad valorem revenues, of which 43.7 million would be to support the general fund. Your next category, including the state revenues that the city receives, we updated the half-cent sales tax revenue from the estimate received from the state. This was a decrease from our original projections of 198,000. The communication services tax, we projected a conservative increase, but we are still waiting for the state estimates. The state revenue sharing revenue estimates were received and were increased by 16,000. There were no changes to the other taxes category. These are related to business tax and fire insurance premium tax that is used to fund your Section 175 pension plan. Next is permits and fees. This category includes planning and zoning, as well as franchise fees. Projected increase is mainly due to the transfer of the residential site inspectors to the general fund, as discussed last week, and changes in fees for a cost recovery model will be brought to council later this summer. There were no changes from your last week's presentation. Fines and forfeitures, this category includes code enforcement, fines and administrative fees, hazardous tree removal, fire mitigation, and any Flagler County Sheriff's Office traffic fines issued. The only change from last week was to update for the short-term rental revenue. The next category includes your charges for services. These comprise approximately 7.7 million. There were no changes from last week. 2.8 million is related to parks and recreation activities, such as program fees for golf, tennis, pool, rec general, and 4.3 million is related to internal services allocation for the city departments. These allocations are for administrative services and for engineering services, which is both paid 100% from the general fund. Paid in lieu of taxes was updated, resulting in a decrease of $2,000. There were no changes from last week in the appropriated fund balance. There is an increase in the appropriated fund balance for fiscal year 2025 from the original budget, and the details are outlined in the non-departmental budget. For fiscal year 2026, appropriated fund balance is 2.1 million, is to fund annual contingency to handle fluctuations in revenues and expenditures, property tax value adjustment contingency. It also includes carryover from fiscal year 2025 for the comp plan and the land development code revision. It also funds at 3% of general fund's original budget for economic development incentives, one-time improvements for fiscal year 2026 for the golf course, and a salary survey. Before we move forward to expenditures, do we have any questions on revenues?
No, ma'am, but it dropped a little just below 69 million because of the sales tax estimate.
That is correct.
Because I remember seeing 69. All right, thank you.
Yes, that
Thank
is
you, ma'am.
correct.
Thank you.
So this is a big picture summary of the general fund expenditures. These will be covered in the following slides in more detail. However, our proposed budget for the general fund is at $68.8 million, an increase of $7.6 million from fiscal year 2025, or 12.5%. I will now turn it over to Gwen, and she will go over our department budgets. Thank you.
So our administrative services include city council, city manager, city clerk, human resources, communications and marketing, city attorney, and financial services. There is no new administrative general positions included in the budget for the fiscal year. This is a summary of the city administrative departments. The total for fiscal year 2026 is $6.8 million, or 2% increase. We will start with the City Council budget. For fiscal year 2026, the increase is mainly due to adding the council priority for the Charter Review Committee. The city manager and city clerk's office budgets are decreasing due to the elimination of the chief of staff position and funding only a half year for the grant coordinator position. The city attorney budget is increasing $120,000 due to the retainer increase received from legal for $10,000 per month as discussed last week. The communications and marketing decrease is due to the part-time freelance position being eliminated. Human resource budget increases due to adding City Council Priority 9 to fund a comprehensive salary study. The goal is to complete the study before the start of budget planning for fiscal year 27. The financial services budget increase is mainly due to regular salaries and benefit increases. The operating expenditures includes additional funds for the external audit firm selected by City Council. The construction management and engineering budget increase is mainly due to regular salary and benefit increases, and there have been no changes since last week. The fire department budget is proposing 11% increase. The budget request reflects the needs associated with 2 new fire stations coming online, as well as the increase for the collective bargaining agreement approved by council earlier this year. This is the budget to support the sheriff's request and add the contractual increases, as well as 9 new deputies. The sheriff's office requests for 5 deputies starting October 1st and an additional 4 starting April 1st. This budget has been updated to reflect the revised request received from the sheriff's office due to the decrease in COLA from 4% to 2%. Overall, the law enforcement budget is increasing by 24.3%. Community development consists of several divisions: business tax, code enforcement and animal control, planning, site development, and economic development. These are all general fund divisions. The planning budget includes 6 residential site development inspectors and the respective operational budgets moving from stormwater. The transfer accounts for $800,000 of the total increase. The code enforcement budget includes increased enforcement for the short-term rental ordinance. A significant line item is for the contractual services related to the nuisance abatement. It also anticipates an increase in the Humane Society contract, which will be offset with increased animal licensing fees. The code enforcement budget has been updated to reflect the transfer of 0.3 FTE from the building fund from last week's presentation. Business tax made a renewal processing online, which is an added convenience for the business owners, increasing staff efficiency and reducing postage. The economic development budget was increased at City Council's direction to account for incentives totaling 3% of the fiscal year 2025 original general fund budget. This budget increases proactive employer recruitment and advertising, a pool for incentives as needed, and funds to continue moving Track 17 towards a pad-ready site. So this is code enforcement. This is what changed from last week, the transfer of a 0.3 FTE from building fund back to code enforcement. So it was an increase of $39,000. Parks and Recreation oversees the following 5 budgets listed and is proposing an overall increase of 12.3%. The only change from last week's presentation is to update the Southern Recreation Center budget, and we will go over that in the next slide. These budgets do include capital outlay for $278,000 for the golf course irrigation repairs that will be funded by appropriate fund balance. So the Southern Recreation Center budget was updated from last week's number for the number of hours for the part-time staff. This was a decrease of $91,000 from last week's presentation. So their budget now is a 14.6% increase.
I just wanted to pause here, or is this good from last week's direction?
These figures make a lot more sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The streets maintenance budget is requesting a 4.8% increase, primarily driven by adding 2 new maintenance workers and an increase of $100,000 for street lighting. The only change to this budget, the non-departmental from last week, is the decrease in the interfund transfer by $3,000 for the CRA. The increase in interfund transfers from fiscal year 2025 original budget of $1 million to the proposed budget of $3.5 million is to transfer fund balance in the amount of $1.5 million to capital projects. $1 million of this is assigned to the maintenance operation complex and $500,000 assigned to saltwater canals, as well as a transfer of $1 million to the Streets Improvement Fund to support streets resurfacing. For fiscal year 2026, you will notice a decrease in operating expenditures of $1.5 million. This is a reflection of removing the facilities allocation from this budget to be directly reflected in each department's budgets. This allows for a better alignment of cost and provides a better tool for determining total cost per function. As far as contingency, we are proposing the contingency for revenue and expenditure fluctuations, as well as the value adjustment board changes, as we have done in the past. The line item for the 1/10 of a mil, or $1.056 million, remains for council consideration as we move through the budget process. The fiscal year 2025 adopted rate was 4.1893. The rollback rate for fiscal year 2026 is 4.0035. The majority vote is 5.6629, and a 2/3 vote would be 6.2292. Your maximum proposed millage rate, highlighted in yellow, is to maintain the same rate at 4.1893 as presented today. The resolution to adopt the maximum millage rate of 4.1893 is in your agenda package for approval today. Here is a look ahead. We will continue with budget workshops in July. August will be our capital budgets and the final proposed budget. Then in September, we will hold our 2 public hearings. We want to remind the public that access to this presentation, as well as budget worksheets and previous presentations, are available by clicking the budget preparation tile on the city's website. As a reminder, we will be back next Tuesday, July 22nd, to review the proprietary fund budgets. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Helena, Ms. Ragsdale. Any discussion from the council?
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor. I think the one change that I saw was something that we asked for last week, so.
Vice Mayor?
So just really quickly, obviously my position is that we roll back 1/10 of a mil and go to the 4.08 as the max. I understand that we can always go down, but I think that we need to hold ourselves accountable to a very responsible budget, which we can easily do. I also do want to just highlight the fact that I think a part of fiscal responsibility is ensuring that we are exact and precise. And I appreciate staff going back and looking at those Southern Rec Center employee reductions and what the actual savings on that was, because what happened with that is our line item saved us $91,000, and through conversations with city manager, I discovered that when we were talking about the PPO versus the HSA, out of the general fund, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but $80,000 more is what the PPO costs over the HSA, correct? For that's what we're anticipating for next year?
Yes, by keeping the plan open.
Okay, so even though that's costing us $80,000 more, because we fixed the line item for the Southern Rec Center, we're essentially not seeing much of a difference there. So that preciseness and making sure that our figures are absolutely correct, that's a part of this fiscal responsibility that we have. So I appreciate staff working at that, and I'm really glad that we can keep that plan open, because I do think it's better for our employees. So with that, my position is going to be that we should do 1/10 of a rollback, even for the max, and I hope I can get support from council on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to thank the staff. This is my first time to go through the city budget. I've, of course, gone through a lot of the county budgets in the last 10 years. But my point here is the staff did an excellent job in explaining where they were going on this, including showing what a 1/10 of a mil decrease would mean. However, at this point, although that is kind of my position, I think holding the millage rate max the same as last year gives us the most flexibility as a council as far as what should be deleted or added or subtracted. So I think at this point, I'm not sure who wants to make the motion, and we'll wait and see, but I'm willing to go along either way, either holding it where it is or including the 1/10 mill reduction. I would support whatever the majority of the council want to do on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I personally think it should stay at 4.1893. Yes, sir, you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks again for just a great job. This is excellent work, and you present it in a way where we can consume it and understand where, like the Vice Mayor said, there's some, areas that we can tweak that could have a net effect somewhere else in the services that we provide. So that's all I have. And Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the maximum millage rate at the current rate.
Say the rate.
4.189.
Three.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second.
I also just wanted to say that I agree with you completely, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to get through that next joint county city meeting where we discuss some things that may have budgetary impacts. Once we get through that and we know that there's nothing popping up that we all agree to, then I'll fully support the 1/10 of a mill rollback.
Just to make my point, we can't go above this now, so
Yes.
millage rate cannot be raised. I know we know that, but I
Elena,
just
could
wanted
you
to,
pull up the slide that shows the rates?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I do think this probably gives us the most flexibility at this point in the
Yes.
process.
Yes, sir, thank you. Anything else? You got any follow-up, Vice Mayor? Okay, we got a first, second, discussion's over. We'll open it up, public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the max mill rate? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, my only comment is that these two women are fantastic, and I'm so glad they are employed by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll second that comment. Yes, sir, what you got? Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Mark
Good
Webb,
morning.
Palm Coast.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, these ladies are fantastic year after year. My 12-year-old could understand most of this, which is amazing. What I'm struggling with is the contradictory views between what Flagler County is seeing and projecting for what Flagler County's looking at financially and Palm Coast. So one of the questions I would have, I saw if we go back to where our sources of phenomenal income of where we're projecting a huge increase, if you'll go to the very first slide that talked about on our ad valorem taxes, property taxes.
That's it.
That is our number one source of income coming in. The second is permit and fees. My first question is, does the permit and fees reflect what we've just raised them to previously on any new fees and permits for any kind of building construction of the new impact fees? Does that show the amount of the new fees? Don't know. Secondly, Flagler County increased their millage up to, I believe, 8.1%, expecting a large decrease in their taxes that come in. So what I'm trying to understand is, we all know what's going on with the environment, the economy, houses, permitting. We're seeing a reduction in the monthly permit and sales, yet we have an opportunity to look proactively at saving money and being aware of where we want to be in the future, but we're not responding that way, it appears to me. So I have a lot of questions. They've done a great job of projecting what's going on. I don't know about you, but in my household, we're saving money. We're controlling what we're spending. We're putting off things that we need, improvements, purchases. We are banking left and right money for what we feel the future is going to be. Other cities and the county are doing the same thing. I don't see Palm Coast reacting that way. It's just my feedback. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comments?
I could comment on that if I could.
We'll bring it back to the dais. Yes, sir.
There's a major difference between the way revenue is handled in the county and the city. In the city, the ad valorem taxes are clearly the major part of the income, way over, I would say, I'm just looking at the numbers, say two-thirds, 66%, 70%. In the county, the ad valorem taxes amount to less than 50% of the revenue. So there are major differences in the way they handle the revenue side. And I think we'd have to go into all the details on that, but I think that if you see differences sometimes, that's the reason.
Thank you, sir. Any further comment? Anyone?
I'll just say that for comfort, we still are over our 25% fund balance, and we did provide for a contingency in this budget. So thank you for that, and that should help as far as that comfort level as well.
Yeah, and I just say, to the point of, the saving money, in terms of saving money, if we do adopt this 1/10 of a millage rollback, we're giving it back to you to save yourself rather than for us to hold on your behalf. So I would always advocate for the residents getting that money back rather than government holding on to it for a future date, because whims can change depending on, the elected body that's up here.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just?
Yes, go right ahead, City Manager.
The impact fees are used at building permit for new construction homes. They don't have anything to do with ad valorem taxes. Obviously, once the building is CO'd and someone's living there, then they start paying taxes. But our fees are charges for services. Those are different than the impact fees. So they do pay building department fees, and we are looking at evaluating some in our stormwater area as well as our animal control licenses, and those will be forthcoming to you in August or September of this year to be implemented October 1. So just wanted to clear that up. That's the difference in one of those numbers, Mr. Webb.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Can I ask just one more question?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Could you clarify too, my understanding is some of these building fees are restricted in use in terms of within the building department, is that correct?
Yes, it's governed by statute about what you can use building fees for. So the building, it's an enterprise fund, and you will see that budget, the building enterprise fund budget, next week on July 22nd.
And then there's a limitation on how much we can carry as well, as a balance, right?
Yes, that is also in statute.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Helena,
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm straight. Typically, we pass our budget before the county. Is that correct?
So
I just
we are
thought-
third in line, right? First choice is the county, second's the school board, and then our municipalities. So when we schedule our public hearings, we coordinate with them. That's why we say tentative, because if there's any changes to theirs, there will be a change to ours.
I always think
Does
that
that
it
answer
should
your
follow
question?
in line. We should know what the county's budget is before we set ours. That was just something I've noticed. Anything else? I am correct, right? That we set ours, we pass our budget before they do?
No.
I think we don't? Okay, all right. Just maybe my perception. Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, could you please restate the question and call the vote?
The motion is to approve a millage rate, a proposed maximum millage of 4.1893. Vice Mayor Pontieri?
No.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes?
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helena and Ms. Ragsdale.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 8, the nuisance abatement initial assessment. City Manager? Or,
Did you want to read it? No?
The mayor read it, so we're good to go.
Okay, Ms. Grossman is not here. Staff is just here for backup, but this was presented to you at the workshop last week, so procedurally, we are here for your approval.
okay, thank you, ma'am. Any discussion from the dais?
I just had the question, do we know whether Ms. Grossman was able to look into the fines, fees, late fees, and interest issues that we talked about last time?
Yes, I did want to give a quick update, though, in regards to the amount billed and the amount received, collected. So we had one payment from a resident in the amount of $270. So that amount did decrease for the total amount billed. And then happy to report we did receive an additional $22,000 plus like $70 from our tax collector. So we received those payments as well. So that amount has increased for the amount collected since 2012. And yes, I do have a note that I was going to give you that staff and our city attorney will be looking into if we can collect additional fees and cost recovery efforts for our future years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further discussion from the dais? Anyone else? Can we get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion approving Resolution 2025-XX, approving the nuisance abatement initial assessment.
Second.
And we got a second from Councilman Miller. Any further discussion from the dais? Seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning this resolution? You got something to say, James? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion from the dais? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 9, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Palm Coast and Saving Missing Animals Response Team, also known as SMART, of Flagler County.
Mayor, City Council, this is a makes your heart feel good moment. We are partnering with SMART. Mr. Hurst has a brief presentation. I know that we've been working with Ms. Johnson from SMART for quite a long time, and so I'm happy to see this. This is heartwarming. So go ahead, James.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation. As Ms. Johnson just said, we are looking to have a MOU agreement with SMART for a Rainbow Bridge project at James F. Holland Memorial Park. So we'll go through a little agenda. I'll let Ms. Johnson in the back, she'll come up. I'll let her kind of explain what SMART is, and then we'll also go through a project overview, where the location of the Rainbow Bridge will be, just an overview of the MOU. We did some research and found some comparable projects, and then just recommended actions. So I'll skip this one, and we'll just get to the project overview. So this is for a permanent pet memorial space, which is proposed at James Holland Park. It will feature a handcrafted rainbow bridge with an inspired by the well-known poem that describes a place where pets wait to reunite with their owners. The space is designed to offer residents and visitors a respectful place to reflect on pets that have been part of their lives. And this project has been initiated and funded and will be maintained by SMART, and where we'll be just coordinating with them throughout the project. So here is the proposed location. This pavilion is actually experienced quite a bit of dry rot, so we're looking to actually remove this pavilion soon and kind of replace the area with this rainbow bridge. So just MOU overview and some key terms. The bridge will be open to the public. SMART will be primary use and responsible for the memorial space. We will be maintaining pretty much the rest of the entire park, landscaping, things like that, and the other areas of the park. SMART is fully funding. They're constructing and they'll do the maintenance and also provide the city with the required insurance to have the bridge there. We will work on site coordination. They're going through the permit process now, and they've gone through the design and construction review as well. And this term is just for 2 years with an automatic 1-year renewal unless terminated by either party.
Question for that, every year when it is renewed, do we get updated proof of insurance?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
And then just quick comparable projects. There was one in Baker, Florida, where a public memorial where visitors can hang collars and leave mementos. The picture that you see here is from Rockledge, Florida, and they did kind of the same thing as well. And then with that, our recommended action would to approve this MOU agreement with SMART. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure.
Ms. Caroline, would you like to say anything?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. And it's been a long time coming. I think it's been over 2 years, like Ms. Johnson said, that we've been trying to get this approved. So thankful for James and the entire team for dealing with my nagging the whole time. It's been a long process, a lot of hiccups with change in location. If you've ever had to endure the loss of a pet, I know Teresa just went through recent, so sorry about that. If you've ever gone through the loss of a pet, you understand the bond and the peace of your heart and soul it takes with you. So having a memorial space is so important to have a place to honor, a serene setting to honor. It's been a great turnout in other cities that have done it. Smart basically, I mean, everybody knows what we do, but recently we've had the horrifying experience of picking up several deceased dogs hit by cars in the city and county area, one just last week. We don't know who the owner is, but having a memorial space is important, not just for our owned pets, but for the rescue pets that unfortunately do not survive. Some of them abused or abandoned, starved dogs that we take in, and our vet team at East Coast is so great with trying to save them. We cannot save all, so having a memorial space is not just for the family-owned pets, but for the ones we cannot save as well. So just want to say thank you to the city for the support of that. Thank you to my team that's still here, and to Carly Tajmir, the owner of East Coast. I wouldn't be here without her support. She honestly has been, I'm out rescuing dogs, so having people that will have my back and support me through this has been amazing. So thank you to Carly for just pushing this through and doing all the legwork for that. I love her and appreciate her. She's amazing. And again, thank you to James and the team for really kind of pushing this through over the 2 years that we've been fighting it through. Any other questions or anything?
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Caroline?
I have a couple questions. Well, first of all, thank you to you and your team, not only for this initiative, but also for what you all do in our community. Is there going to be the availability to have the plaques like we saw in the other example in Baker County for residents to purchase? Is that something that you all will be doing?
So we're in the process now of doing, we have donors that are helping too, so we'll have plaques for that. We will have the opportunity to do plaques. We're still working out all the hiccups, but one of the features we're doing instead of collars, unfortunately, we're in Florida, a lot of rain and heat, so you get a lot of smell with that, so we're trying to avoid that. We played with the idea of painted rocks as little memorials, but then you have the trip hazard. So right now, we're kind of just playing with the ideas. We are doing the engraved pet tags that will go along probably the inside of the bridge on a wood. We'll have that organized. I think James might have, I don't know if you have the picture of that I sent you, James, that you can pull up?
No,
You don't have it to pull up? Okay, so there was an example of one so we'll have the pet tags that we'll engrave. So with a donation to the nonprofit, a small donation, we'll do the engraved tags and have them neatly on the bridge as well. And for bigger memorials, we'll have something that we do an announcement and a post on how we can share that with everyone.
Yeah, I just asked that when you all figure out kind of those logistics, let us know so that we can maybe do a media post through our team for that, because we want to give our community members the ability to honor their pets in that way, but also help you guys as far as raising money for your organization. So just if you could just keep us updated on when we can let our residents know they have that ability, that would be great. And then just one small thing for the contract in Section 7A, Marcus, this might be for you. It does seem a little contradictory with regards to who is responsible for repairs and damages. And on the one hand, it says anything caused by a third party is the city's responsibility, but on the other hand, it says SMART is responsible for anything except for losses resulting from the negligence and misconduct of the city. So it's a little contradictory. So if we can just clear that up, yeah. Otherwise, I'm excited about this, and thank you once again. And thank you to actually prior council. I have to shout out prior council as well, because they supported this initiative
Absolutely,
initially.
they did.
So thank you to them.
They did, thank you. And just so you know, too, the city has already reached out to us to do a press release on it.
Perfect.
With all the information on doing the, having the memorial tags put out for each pet that passed.
Awesome, thank you.
So we'll do that, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Caroline. Any other further discussion from the council? Can we get a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we got a second. Any further discussion? No discussion. Open up public comment. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Carroll.
Carol Stoughton, Palm Coast. This woman is a driving force, a fantastic person. She's been doing this for years with the help of anyone around her. She is to be commended, and I hope her name and the group's name shines forever in this city. And any donations, it would be great to try to set up something there where maybe there's a box or a lockbox that someone could put a check in there, and it's protected, and it will go towards everything that she does. She is fantastic.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to Dodge. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously.
thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to item 10, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We have another 2025 resolution supporting adoption of the Flagler County Local Housing Assistance Plan, also known as LHAP, for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 through fiscal year 2027 to 2028, pursuant to the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program, also known as SHIP.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Papa.
Good morning, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for Community Development Department. This item in front of you today is what we call the 3-year action plan for local housing assistance plan. And this is for the SHIP program that the county administers for both the county and for the city. And this is why it's before you here today. We have in the audience Mr. Joseph Hegedus, who is the Director of Health and Human Services for Flagler County. To do the presentation today would be Ms. Debbie Paradowski, the Housing Program Manager for Flagler County. And with that, I will let her start the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Paradowski, Housing Program Manager of Flagler County, and I'm here today to provide a brief overview of the Local Housing Assistance Plan called the LHAP, and explain to you what you're being asked to approve. So under our interlocal agreement, Flagler County serves as a legal administrator for the LHAP, but the plan does require formal approval by both the City of Palm Coast and by Flagler County. This LHAP is required every 3 years under state law, and instead of revising an old version, we refresh a new one every 3 years. And so the plan has 3 sections. The first section is the policies. The second is how we fund the strategies. And the third is the adopted regulatory incentives. So it's important to note that if we want to spend any of our SHIP dollars on any activity, it must be included in this approved plan. So we did submit this plan to Florida Housing Finance Corporation. That's our funder and our monitor. They gave us conditional approval subject to the adoption of our local governments. Oops. So starting with what we do with the plan is we have to contrast compliance with the SHIP program with our capacity and the community need, and then we balance that with the scale and purpose of the program. So with the community need, We look at our housing inventory, which we note to have primarily a single-family housing inventory. We also look at demographics such as the age of the population. And for scale and purpose, we do have to focus on our core mission, which is the long-term housing affordability. So what we do today, we think, how will this impact housing affordability in decades to come? So section 1 of the LHAP, the policy section, it does start off with stuff that comes from the state. For example, the purpose of the SHIP program is to meet the housing needs of very low to moderate income households, to expand and preserve affordable housing, and to further the housing element of the local government's comprehensive plans. So beyond that, in that section, we define key local policies, such as we clarify what qualifies as a first-time home buyer, how we prioritize applicants for our fund strategies, and such things as the maximum purchase price limits. So 2 local policies I wanted to highlight were our definition of essential services and also our priority override provision within our priority section. So our definition of essential services was informed by workforce data that we got from the Economic Development Office. We also used data from Schimberg Center for Housing Studies. So we updated the definition to include public, charter, and private school employees, first responders, healthcare providers. We added laborers of both the building trades professions and also for commercial trades professions as well. And so doing that was an intentional choice to include them because it shows the connection between both economic development and housing stability. The priority override is important because we do have to prioritize based on income and special needs. So what we did is we added a section in there that allows us to address very critical needs. For example, if someone's going to face homelessness or they're going to be in a home that's going to be inhabitable, then we can move them forward. We'll bring it to our director so that he can in the community and make sure that we're prioritizing correctly. But that allows us to have the people that are on our wait list that do have needs that are important not be overridden by other applicants that might be coming in that don't have as critical needs. So section 2 of our LHAP is how we spend our money. We have the nonprofit built homes, which is pretty consistent with what we've been doing, except it was also open to people buying homes with private lenders. This one puts a 15-year lien on the home, so that's an occupancy requirement on the home. And it's only available for low and very low income applicants, so that's 50% and 80% of our local area median income. We've increased the purchase price awards on that just based on the cost of land and what it takes to make these homes affordable for these applicants. The most comprehensive strategy is our shared equity purchase assistance strategy. This is very unique in that it only supports our essential services employees. These are people that will have to have been working within Flagler County for at least a year. And this will require a 30-year affordability period, and it's going to be enforced by both through a mortgage and a deed restriction. We did build in some flexibility to accommodate life events, so it will allow them to resell the home, but it's capped at a 3%, and they will have to transfer their subsidy to a SHIP-eligible buyer. So this is intended to improve affordability and preserve it for the long term. We have been doing owner-occupied rehabilitation, and here I just want to make one note. So we get the equity in return for the cost of the repairs for our big projects. Some of these are smaller, so we grant fund the ones that are up to $15,000, meaning we don't put a lien on them. But as we were putting this on the agenda, we had a conversation with Florida Housing Coalition. So the LHAP was here, and we had let them know that we conduct a blower door test on every home that we rehabilitate, And they suggested to us that we should actually add that into our LHAP so that the state can see that we're doing that. And what that does is it allows us to figure out what types of specifications we can add that will improve the energy efficiency of the home. So aside from that, we have the New Start deposit assistance, which would allow us to do, we're not expecting to do a whole lot of these, but we can provide deposit assistance for those who are on vouchers. We are limited under statute. We can't spend more than 25% of our allocation on rental assistance. We're not expecting to spend that much on this. But this would allow us to provide those deposits for them, because when they have a voucher, they have to pay the first, last, and deposit, and there's no agency that helps them do that. And in this case, this would allow us to get them into credit counseling and prepare them to convert their vouchers to homeownership opportunities, which would kind of save taxpayers money in the long term. And then finally, we always have a disaster assistance strategy, which when there is a declared disaster by the president or the governor, we execute our strategy. Under this disaster assistance strategy, we still will be using the same funds that we have waitlisted. So we fine-tuned this so that we can do help applicants with their insurance deductibles, because FEMA doesn't help with insurance deductibles. And we have determined through our emergency operations that there is a little bit of a gap there for that type of assistance. We don't do housing navigation, but we can help with the rent or the mortgage in cases where they have significant impact to their employment as a result of the disaster. And so some of this is actually a result from COVID. So we had this type of a strategy in our plan under COVID for that reason. Section 3 of the Local Housing Assistance Plan is only going to be our adopted incentives that are regulatory. And so we clean this up just a little bit. We streamline the language, and based on state guidance, we've only included things that have been adopted already. So these are things that may have been adopted years ago. For example, we have, because this is a joint plan, we have the county's planned affordable development ordinance in there. Under Palm Coast, we added the duplex unit conversion. We actually brought this up at a SHIP roundtable, and the Florida Housing Coalition really liked that the Palm Coast had a duplex unit conversion in place. Even though it's not specific to affordable housing, it does allow that possibility for more housing options. Countywide, we have in there the educational impact fee waiver for affordable housing that's available countywide. And then we do always add the statutorily required incentives, and these are all things that you'll notice that the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee may provide recommendations to you on in the future. And they can give you new recommendations, or they can give you recommendations on things that you can improve that you're already doing. So you are required to have a printed inventory of public lands suitable for affordable housing, and you do that. You have to have an ongoing review of how policies impact the cost of housing. In the city of Palm Coast, we put in there how they use stakeholder input for that. And then the expedited permitting and site plan reviews for affordable housing, those are 3 statutorily required things, and those are in our plan. So what will happen today is if you approve this, it still goes to the board of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners on August 4th. So once both local governments adopt the plan, we then resubmit it to the state. So then we begin to prepare the programs. There will be some documents and things that we will update and prepare. We do have to issue a notice of funding availability. We are still using previous plan funding, so we don't expect to be using this funding until about July 1st, 2026, but we may issue the notice sooner than that. And that's when we'll begin to take applications. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or suggestions that the council may have.
Thank you, Debbie. Any questions from the council?
No, thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks for all the hard work that you do as a council member that sits on the Affordable Housing Committee. I think we had a great discussion at our last meeting, and we're always, at least for me, I think we're always open to suggestions or input or new ideas or programs to where we can make housing more affordable for our residents, especially for those that are starting out, but more importantly, those that need the assistance. It's been a topic for us as we looked at, some big decisions that we've had to make, along the way, and certainly just want to say thanks for all the hard work that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I'd say the same thing, just helping people in need is always a good thing as long as we do it in an efficient way.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion for the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning this resolution? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. Any final discussion? Can we get a motion to approve the resolution, please?
Mr. Mayor, so moved.
Second.
First and a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call the vote, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 11.
Thank you.
City Attorney, thank you, Debbie. Mr. Papa, have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 resolution approving a budget amendment for the 2024-2025 budget relating to the appropriation of funds for the Water Wastewater Utility Capital Fund.
Yes, good morning. Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. This particular item is in front of a couple the next two utility items, and there's also a third utility item in the consent agenda. And so just the background on the utility budget amendment need. So we had an original approved budget, for fiscal year 25, and during the process, we were working on our utility rate study update. And when that was approved, it used some additional or new projections based on the upcoming bond and reprioritizing advancing wastewater treatment plant 1, the wells, and some other initiatives. So this amendment, realigns what our actual costs are this year regarding some grant-funded projects and what projects we were looking to advance and move forward with that were tied to the rate study that was adopted. So this just realigns the funding for those projects and when we're going to spend those dollars. So that was the need for it. Specifically, those three projects are called out because those need the budget amendment to be able to move forward this fiscal year rather than waiting until next fiscal year. So that's the backup I have right now. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Carl. That's a lot of money.
This is just over $1 million change.
That's still a lot of money.
Three projects?
We have the construction manager agreement for the wastewater treatment plant 1 expansion. Then we have the Radiance, like Old Kings Road South Reclaim Water Main Extension, where we're the project back in the fall. We weren't sure if the rates were going to get increased, if we were going to be getting the bond, so we didn't want to dedicate funds to Reclaim, even though there's tremendous benefit to putting it in now. And then the third one is the Brackish Well exploration, because as part of our CUP, we do have Brackish Well raw water source. We aren't utilizing that yet. We are at the max or near the max in the other two water sources, so we do need to move forward with doing those test wells to do the analysis. It's a one-year study, so as we move forward with, providing enough raw water source for, the current ITT development side, we need to pursue that and move that along.
So we didn't add anything, we're just able to do them a little bit quicker?
Correct. And some of these won't, like the Brackish wells, getting well companies lined up, they're very busy getting that aligned. We may actually not even spend most of that money until next fiscal year, but to award the contract now so we get on the schedule, we may not even spend the money until next year, but it's because it's not in the budget to issue the PO and get the work lined up.
So these were part of the plan?
Part of the gap study analysis, yes.
And they were not budgeted for the previous budget year?
Right, because the utility rate update wasn't completed.
Yes. So we had planned, if you had known that you had the funding for it, you would have included it in this budget?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, City Manager, where's this funding coming from to plus this up?
Well, the budget amendment is for the entire utility fund, but in Carl's individual projects, he will mention that some of the projects are being paid out of the CIAC fees or the impact fees, and other is coming from R&R. And it's detailed in those slides.
But those additional impacts that you see in there, the additional cost to the budget increase is impact fees. So it's developer contributed dollars.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further discussion from the, yes, Councilman?
Yeah, I just think let's get to work on increasing capacity for wastewater and exploring our water wells. You know, this has been, this was the reason why we increased the utility rates, and now let's get moving on this stuff.
Thank you, sir. You have something, Councilman Sullivan?
Nope.
All right, thank you, sir. Can we get a motion to approve? Or a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion? We'll open this up for public comment. Anyone for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes?
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
We'll move on to agenda item 12, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 resolution approving a pre-construction services agreement with Wharton Smith Incorporated for the wastewater treatment facility number 1 upgrade and expansion project.
Thank you, sir. Go right ahead, Carl.
So this, this is an agreement for a construction management at-risk contract with Wharton Smith. This is to award, I believe I might have a presentation in here.
You do.
It doesn't seem to be up, so let me just find it for you. So, you know, as you recall, back when we did our utility rate study update, this identified our 2 treatment plants and where we are in capacity and what service areas those have. You know, this just goes into some of the history to bring that back into perspective as the need for those expansion projects. This just outlines, you know, the residential issued COs, certificate of occupancies for dwelling units, since the city was incorporated in 2000. You can see that the bulk of those are ITT infill lots. The orange are the ones that aren't the original platted ITT lots. So you can see the majority, I think it's like 85% or 80%, were on those existing ITT lots. This shows the capacity.
Carl, I'm so sorry. Can you just go back to that? I think
Yes.
this is really important. You can see a huge drop in the COs from 2023 to 2024. I think that's largely a testament to council listening and paying attention to what we can sustain and what we can't, particularly with water. So I don't know where the numbers are at right now, but I feel like we're going to continue to see a drop in the COs. Year to date, do we have figures?
It's a good question.
I believe I provided the latest update in the monthly city manager's report. There was a building update if you want to refer back to that.
I'll look in that, yeah, and I'm sure it was. I usually do spot that, but I just wanted to point that out for the public.
And then this is the analysis of the capacity needs. So this goes through the 2 plants, what those needs are, what the projected needs were at that dashed red line of if the build out of the existing ITT infill lots, and what those increases to plant 1 will do if we had those 4 million gallons.
Carl?
Yes.
Got 2 quick questions. So the wastewater treatment plant number 2, so next month, you believe those 2 additional million gallons per day will come online?
Yeah, we brought some online. We trenched some flows. We backed off some flows. We're working through some SCADA and some operational issues at this point, but we're at that point where we're going to shift some flows back to plant 2, yes.
Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should probably have some sort of ribbon cutting event for 2 million gallons coming, that much capacity coming
We're
online.
planning it. You're letting the secret out a little early. We are planning on something.
And then on the, you know, we just got the funding, the allocations from the state legislature for the EQ tank. and the membrane for wastewater treatment plant 1. The EQ tank, we've all been a huge supporter of that. How long will it take us to get that online?
Right now, we need to analyze where its best location that's going to serve the system best. We need to identify that location, so that's going to take a little bit of time because we're still in the process of updating our model. And I don't know what the lead time is in the tanks. I'll have to come back to you with more of a projected timeline.
But we did just receive the initial correspondence from DEP about the appropriations and that the required documentation is due back to them by September 30th. So we are coordinating with the DEP.
Okay, great. Yeah, if we can get periodic updates on that, that's going to, increase our capacity for throughput.
Right, and we'll be adding an EQ tank with the expansion project as well, a 4 million gallon EQ tank at the wastewater treatment plant site. So it will be two EQ tanks, one for the system and then one at the plant itself.
What's the capacity on each of those?
The system one, we need to determine that. I think the initial thought was maybe a 6 or 8 MGD, but when the model will help us determine what makes sense.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you.
So this just breaks down, the overall timetable and projections for capacity needs moving forward. So based on, past growth and projected growth, we had talked about in 2035 is probably the need when we need to start initiating additional expansion in the future. So this just comes back to where we are today, just getting to the wastewater treatment plant 1 facility. It's at the end of Utility Drive off of Old Kings Road, just south of Palm Coast Parkway. We did an engineering study that was, back in May of 23. Then they evaluated 4 upgrade expansion options. The 4 MGD expansion was the selected option. We also were investigating the conversion of the plant to AWT, and we finalized, the preliminary engineering study was finalized, end of last year, and we're currently in the design phase now, and we went out for bids for this construction management firm. This here is the project overview. So the items in X are the AWT conversion. So that was part of the second bond that was not approved with the utility rate study update. So those improvements are not included, but the other items in blue are what is going to be constructed with the expansion project. So the proposed wastewater expansion is to 4 MGD. You can see the layout on this graph. It's going to be the advanced waste treatment, which is, referring to the AWT. So we're currently in the design phase, and it's going to take us through 2026. CMAR, the earlier you get the construction management firm on board, the better, because when I'm on early in the design process, so we can identify long lead time items, so we can do early procurement, we can identify early bid packages, so we can begin construction or any improvements to help with operational efficiencies and dealing with any of those peak flows that being, seen at the treatment plant. And so our goal is to, later this year, to have an initial, there'll be more of an operational efficiency, some upfront work that we can do, and then come in beginning of 26 with some an early GMP, and then we'll have either 1 or 2 more GMPs to complete the project. So the pre-construction phase services is what's part of the agreement and the scope of work for the dollars that are on the agenda for approval today. So one is approving the agreements with Warren Smith, and then also approving the pre-construction phase service fees. And those pre-construction phase fees, 90% are attributed to the capacity funds and 10% for R&R, because we are completing the design of the AWT conversion. And Warren Smith is also doing constructability reviews, looking at value engineering options for that, and providing us with cost estimates along the way. So there are some costs associated with that process. So this is we received 2 qualification packages when we went out on the street. Warren Smith was the top ranked firm. And The agreement includes the scope of services for pre-construction phase services. You know, it's an at-risk construction phase contract when we get to the guaranteed maximum price amendment. The pre-construction phase service base fee is $1,176,124. And when we get to the construction phase, 9% is their fee of the cost of the work for their fee. And then future actions would be amendments for guaranteed maximum prices, which would be more than one coming for you for approval. Any questions?
Any questions from the council?
I don't really have any questions, but I will tell you, and I expressed this to you already, Carl, this contract is just not sitting right with me, particularly when I look in the backup materials of the very small, almost illegible breakdown of all of the tasks and the costs associated with them. I got to tell you, it looks like there's a pretty incredible markup, charging for some items that seem like they're under nearly identical or identical line items with very similar descriptions. Almost, I don't want to call it double dipping because, you know, this isn't my world, this is your world. I'm an attorney, I don't do engineering, so you would know better than I, but this is a lot of money for this one part. So, and I know you all did negotiate this. I know that this isn't their first ask, so to speak, and I can appreciate that. It's just still, it's a lot of money, and when I'm looking at the breakdown, I feel like we're still overpaying for certain things, certain aspects of this. So I would just ask that we keep a very, very, very tight grip on this one. I don't want contractors to say, well, I've got this available money that's been approved, so let me go ahead and use it. We need to make sure that they're being responsible with our tax dollars as well.
Yeah, and they have been tremendous to work with up to this point. They've been attending our bi-weekly progress meetings with the design team at their cost, participating up front, because they know the earlier they participate, the better the outcome's going to be for the project.
Thank you, Carl. Anything
Thank
else?
you, I appreciate that.
Anything else from the council? No. Can we get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution.
We have a motion to approve, a second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion from the dais? Open it up to public comment. Anyone have any public comments concerning this resolution? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion from the council? No further discussion from the council. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
No.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller? Yes. Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 13, resolution. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another 2025 resolution approving additional project and construction expense per the interlocal agreement with Radiance Community Development District associated with the Oak King South Utility Improvements Project.
Thank you, sir.
So again, Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. Wanted to give you some background and status update regarding this project, and then get into the item on the agenda for today. So, you know, this project began back in 2007. This was part of the settlement agreement that was fully executed regarding the utility service areas between the city and the county and other entities within Flagler County. In 2022, the Florida Government Utility Association agreement was fully executed. In May 2nd of 2023, the Radiant CD agreement was fully executed and the design and permitting costs were approved by council. Then on April 1st of 2024, Radiant CD advertised for construction bids, and June of 2024, Radiant CDD construction bid and CEI services evaluation and the recommended moving forward was completed. On October 1st of 2024, council approved easements and the construction phase expenses. So the The original city Fuqua agreement included a concept plan for the utility system improvements. You know, the figure on the slide, it shows the final design layout of the utility lines. The blue line shows the proposed water main extension. The green line, the wastewater force main extension. And the red box on the bottom is a proposed master lift station. The design also included a reclaimed water main extension that has similar layout to the force main extension. And you know, there was a split in funding in this cost. Basically, the city is funding the improvements that are built within the city limits, and Fuqua was funding the improvements within the Fuqua service area. The Fuqua agreement allows the city, in its sole discretion, to transfer its responsibilities to design, permit, solicit, and award competitive bids for the construction of the utilities project to another public entity such as a CDD. The city, Fuqua, and Radiance CDD, with land interest for a portion of land within the Old Kings sub-area, agreed that the city and CDD could enter into this interlocal agreement for design and construction of the utilities project. That agreement was approved by council May 2nd of 2023, and at that time, on October 21st, approval of costs were approved for construction phase for the water and sewer main. And all of the city funding for this project comes from impact fees. And you can see the breakdown of the cost for design and permitting, the city costs and Fuqua costs, and then the easements and construction for city and Fuqua. I'm still waiting for an update from the CDD to see if that Fuqua number has changed, if there's any change orders on their side of the project, but I've not heard back yet. But that was the original base contract portion that they had.
Carl, you mentioned impact fees, and I missed what you said. Could you repeat that?
This project is fully funded with impact fees.
Fully funded, gotcha.
So construction began on November 6th of 2024, and the project's currently 57% complete. There's a couple of photos here showing the work in progress. So during construction, several items were encountered that required a change in work. The most notable and costly change is associated with the work on the Flagler County landfill, where the utility lines required an adjusted path and additional boring is necessary due to the proximity to monitoring wells and a plume in the underground soils. Other additional costs included but are not limited to some design changes and work that is required but was not included in the original bid. These items require an increase of the project funding of just over $1.4 million, which will come from impact fees, and a majority of that cost will be from water impact fees. The original bid also included an alternate to construct the reclaim main. However, at the time of council's approval of funding, this was not included due to limited wastewater impact fees. During the utility rate gap analysis, various reclaim projects were included as part of the 5-year capital improvement plan. There are several benefits to construct the reclaim water line at this time, including, but not limited to, reduced costs for concurrent construction, additional revenue source for utility, for future reclaimed customer connections, a reduction in potable water use for irrigation needs. It also provides beneficial use for wastewater effluent, provides infrastructure needs for a future wastewater treatment facility planned for the area, provides reuse for current and future development projects in the area, and most notably, it provides a benefit to the city utility for aquifer drawdown from the city's wells as part of our consumptive use permit. These items require an increase of the project funding of just under $6 million, which will be funded from wastewater impact fees. So this slide shows the construction costs, and then there's contingency and additional other associated costs to add this scope to the project. So this slide identifies the current action for approval, and as well as the future actions and moving forward or milestones. So today would be approval of the additional project funding. We have a targeted completion date of April 1st of 2026 to complete construction. At that time, shortly thereafter, around July, Radiant CDD to assign easements to the city. And then, roughly around September, Fuqua to decommission and remove the wastewater package plant. And then by the end of the calendar year, tentatively, Fuqua and Radiance CDD would transfer those land parcels to the city, the existing package plant site, and then where the master lift station site that's being constructed as well. So that ends my presentation for today. Any questions?
Thank you, Carl. Any follow-up questions from the dais?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to summarize. So this is land on South Old Kings that is not city land?
It's, a lot of it is city land. There are some.
Let me put it that way. The service area, I mean.
In the city service area.
It is?
Yeah, there's both.
Okay.
Service area and there's land within the city. A bulk of the land is within the city that we're funding the portion of the project cost.
Okay. 'Cause I was trying to understand, who we're serving here. If it's outside of the city, I understand as the utility of record, we have a responsibility to provide certain services. But I do want to say that the reclaimed water, I think I need to be sold on the reclaimed water portion of this, right? Because we're using up our impact fees for certain things. Understood that the water and the other thing was part of the original agreement, but the reclaimed is not. So we're tacking that on because we believe it to be a benefit. So if it's not directly helping residents, so to speak, potentially at a future situation where we have new customers hooking up and using those. So I feel like I need to be sold on this as an expenditure of our impact fees versus what we could use it for within the city. The other thing would be that is there any future development there that's happening that we know they're going to be requesting these reclaimed water lines, things like that? Do we have anything in the pipeline in that direction to kind of assure us that we're going to get our money back on this?
Yeah, I think GeoSam, if you remember that project coming to you, I believe that is moving forward, and they've already inquired about the reclaim. And then I've heard there is a pending land sale for some of the property along that route. When they develop, I don't know.
Can Lynn come up here and maybe talk through some of those benefits using her past history and knowledge?
The two biggest benefits, one is we have raw water well limitations on our consumptive use permit. By adding additional reclaim lines for potential in future reclaim customers helps us with our drawdown of the aquifer and benefits us with the Water Management District in having those increased. And if we're going to build a treatment plant, having this reclaim is a necessity to ever build that future wastewater treatment plant down on Old Kings Road South. We have to have discharge, so you need that reclaim line. It also provides a loop system to some of the woods, so we have all those customers in that area. So as we add more and more customers, it's going to verify that we have the needed source capacity for all those future customers down there as well, with all that development happening.
I had
Yes, right. Go right.
There's a lot of history about Old Kings Road South and how we're going to provide utility service there. This goes back on many years. And the fact that FGUA became involved with this, I think, was critical in coming to where we are now, which is a solution to a pretty complicated problem. And it's gone back and forth a couple of times in the years past as to responsibilities and who's going to do what. And there's some misunderstandings along the way. But I think this is the best solution right now. And the reuse water, I think it makes sense at this point for the future also. So it is one of those areas where you have the county and the city connected along that road, and it's taken quite a while to get to this point.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, in terms of economic development, all these utilities are essential, right, in terms of that stuff. So, I see the benefit of that. I just, it wasn't included in the original agreement is my main pause. So we're just tacking on something, and it's not a little bit amount of money. It's $6 million. I just want to make sure that we're using it for the right things instead of what $6 million could be used for in Palm Coast proper. That's my only reservation here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Councilman Miller. I'm also bothered by the fact that there's 1.4 million attributed to items that were encountered during construction that required a change in work. Costly change associated with the work on the Flagler County landfill where the utility lines required an adjusted path and additional boring. $1.5 million because something came up during construction is a big piece to swallow as well. Are we under any contractual duty to do this right now?
The reclaim?
Yes.
No.
When are we under a contractual duty to do this, if at all?
We are under no contractual duty to provide reclaim in this area. Most of the line that is being installed on Kings Road South is within the city limits, current city limits. So we're not doing this to serve Fuqua. We're not doing this. There is development south that Fuqua has, that Radiance is building some developments, and I think they're under phase 1A now and maybe moving forward with 1B. But currently, there's no extension to them. So there could be future customers. The benefit here is if GeoSAM moves forward, if we don't have reclaim, they're gonna put in wells, or they're gonna use potable water to irrigate. So this is just getting ahead of any development so they don't use our potable water and start using, that water source and have our impact on our system. If we build a wastewater treatment plant, we're gonna have to have reclaim. So yes, we're not under contract obligation, but if we ever wanna build a treatment plant, we have to have a reclaim line in place.
So Carl, when you said all this is being paid for by impact fees, are impact fees being paid for by Radiance, or is it just general impact fees coming into the city?
They're being paid by Radiance, but through Fuqua. We received $2 million, I think, in wastewater impact fees and $2 million in water impact fees already. So part of that $2 million we received would be used to pay for this reclaim line, even though it's not going to serve them. But there are impact fees that we did get from them towards these project costs. As they add customers, they have to pay.
Do you feel like it's an undue burden on the city to do this?
I think at this time it makes the most beneficial sense, just because we're doing construction there and we can pull any reliance and protect our water source. So I think that's the benefit for it, and be prepared for future wastewater treatment plant.
If we don't do this now, A, are we able to do it in the future? B, what would be the increased cost if we did approximately?
Well, there'd be one section I think we have no choice but to do now. That's across the school property, because we only have 1 year to do construction. That's this summer. So that I think we need to do now no matter what. After that, I don't know what the cost will do, if they're going to be increasing over time. Will impact fee increases keep up with inflation costs, so there'd be a wash? I don't know. Some of the benefit is the boring rigs are on site. It's the administrative costs and the mobilization costs that you're saving on mostly by doing it now.
Who's the contractor on this?
Southern
Underground? Does that make?
Pete, do you remember? Yeah, they've been very good to work with. Utility has been very, they've had good things to say about them. Radiance has. Everyone seems to feel like they're a very good contractor, working well as a team member to complete this project with all the obstacles we've hit along the way.
Further discussion from the council?
Yeah, so Carl, with the expenditure of these impact fees, you think this is the best use of the impact fees right now?
With because of the dollar value of them, we are addressing, with the bond, we're addressing all our other impact fees. This project was to be funded by the bond in our gap study. So it's not like it's a project being added. It was part of the gap study. It was one of the identified projects. We put off some other reclaim projects, but this was one that we kept in there just because of the future wastewater plant need. And it was going to have to be put in at some point if we're going to build a plant there.
So,
yes,
because this is a purely expansion project and we're using impact fees for all of it, it makes sense to use impact fees for this because the bonds are non-restricted in that way.
We could use bonds for it, but because we have impact fee dollars, we're
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, but
Yes.
because we can make it 100% funded by impact fees, it makes sense to use the impact fees for this. The bonds can be used for anything, even not expansion related.
Correct. We haven't got out to the bonds yet, but they're going to be set up that way,
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
And we're-
Okay,
we're
so
look-
that makes me feel better about this.
we're looking at some cost savings measures. By putting it in now, then we're not having mobilization costs in the future. The ground is already opened up. We're already putting pipe in the ground, so this is just going to go with it. It needs to be there for future expansion of wastewater treatment plant 1. The effluent has to go somewhere, so we're using this opportunity to do that now.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Say again? I'm sorry.
I said I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I think you were going to ask if I had
Oh, I was going to ask if anyone had any more questions. Any more questions of the council? Can we get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the resolution.
Second.
We got a first and a second. Any further discussion? We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone? Come on up here, Tony. I hadn't seen you today.
Good afternoon. Tony Hammerall, City of Palm Coast. I gotta tell you, I'm a little hesitant on this $6 million addition. I understand it, I agree with it, but I want this council to make it very clear and very known that this is not gonna require another impact fee increase 4 years from now, because you guys have added $6 million that wasn't in your original request, and then we have to go through the whole process of, well, it's not paying for itself and it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing when you collect the impact fees from them. It is coming out of the impact fees already, and in the future, those $6 million have to be kind of adjusted because you added $6 million to a project that you did not get funded for when you submitted the original impact fee not too long ago. And that's my major concern with this, is that we're not paying for things twice, because I'm already paying for roads that were supposed to be built in 2018 that got paid for. I'm paying for parks that don't exist on paper, but we're paying for. So these impact fees are, this is not just a kind of a, oh, we'll just deal with it later. You are taking money from impact fees that were allocated to go someplace else. So that will not constitute a need 4 years from now to say, oh, that $6 million wasn't covered by impact fees. So that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discuss? Oh, come on up, Miss Jeannie. I'm sorry.
Jeannie Duarte. I'm also concerned about these impact fees, or the $6 million. It's 100% covered by the impact fees, but yet there's bonds included. So are you going to use these up and then add more bonds to it to cost us even more? Where do you draw the limit? And right now we have so much going on with our water waste issue with Plant 1. We need to get our infrastructure that's immediately done now, not worried so much about the future, other than what we need to do right now before we tack on. Otherwise, if we had the funds, I'd be like, yeah, let's get it going for the future, but our funds are really limited right now.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any closing comments?
Yeah, just a clarification on the bond. So the mention was that they were included in the bond study project list. So instead, we're using impact fees, which are all builder developer paid for growth-related projects. So we do have the money. We're not using bonds for this project as proposed.
And just to clarify, this was a project in the rate study update, so it was identified as a capacity project. It's not a new project being added in that's taking away from another project. It was part of the wastewater capacity project listing. And it is going to benefit wastewater treatment plant 1 by having additional reclaimed customers to help with that effluent discharge. So as we treat more wastewater, we have more effluent, we're going to need to get rid of it somewhere. We need more reclaimed customers.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point. If our strategic goal is to increase capacity of wastewater treatment plant 1 as fast as we can, that affluent has to go somewhere. And so this is, if you look at it from a strategic perspective, we're laying the groundwork to be able to move in as quickly as we can to deal with the flow from that increased capacity that we're shooting for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion from the dais? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 14. Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another resolution for 2025 approving a design services contract for the Grand Swamp Trail Phase 2 project.
Carl,
I'm back.
you're like the main player in this city, brother.
This project came to council recently. We brought the FDOT grant agreement to council. I think it was
Last meeting.
last meeting. And so this is the design contract to move forward with the construction. This is going to extend the trail from the existing trailhead, Grand Swamp Trailhead and Old Kings Road, south to Lehigh Trail. It will align in proximity to the county trail that was just recently completed last year from Lehigh Trail to State Road 100 with the bridge over 100. This was a project that started back in the early 2000s. We were going to build this entire trail network, but due to the funding limitations and grant allocation at the time, we only built the northern half of Grand Swamp Trail from the trailhead over to Colbert Lane. So we finally received the design money. It's roughly a 50-50 match. It's going to be, the city's portion is funded from park impact fees. So we are working with the county on the alignment of the trail. The same designer that built the county trail system is the one that was chosen as a top-ranked firm for this particular project. So I believe the project cost is just about $1.25 million. So it's about a 50-50 split, as I indicated.
Thank you, sir. Were you done, Carl?
Yes.
Any discussion from the council? This is one that kind of disappeared in my packet.
Yeah, it's big, too.
It's two past what the original.
When I had it, I looked over it, but any discussion from the council? No discussion, really? Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving design services contract for the Grand Swamp Phase 2 project.
Second. We got a second. Any further discussion? We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the Grand Swamp contract? Yes, ma'am, Miss Jeannie. You sit closer to the front that way.
Up there in the nosebleed section. Anyways, when you talk about Grand Swamp, it reminds me of the cell towers. I'm hearing a lot of people say, why the fire departments, why can't we put the cell towers at Grand Swamp? Can we possibly get a discussion on that?
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais. Any closing comments concerning this resolution?
I think this is great. This is coming from impact fees and a state-funded grant, so improving our trails, which is something that Palm Coast holds dear and should be proud for. Just to answer the public comment inquiry, we have talked about a cell tower at Grand Swamp. City Manager, would you mind providing a brief answer as to why we can't do that?
Some of the state lands are restricted. Some of this property is not city property. And in your wireless master plan, we did do a audit of all of our facilities for cell phone towers. And we did work with the other municipalities for cell phone tower locations. So what's adopted in your wireless master plan is what can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Cook, could you call the vote?
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
We're moving on to the consent agenda. A lot of items on the consent agenda. Anyone have any issues, concerns?
I just had a question on number 18, Mayor. This is the resolution approving Florida Power and Light right-of-way consent agreement for the Southern Rec parking and lighting project. As of last year, this is now a polling station, so my question for staff was twofold. A, are there any grants that we could look into for funding or to help with funding because this is now a polling station? And two, have we spoken to the county about sharing in any costs? Because I do recall last year, when this was used the first time around as a polling station, there were some parking issues and some vying over what we were going to designate as spots for people coming in to vote. So just wanted to see if there are other contributions that could be made other than just city monies for the Southern Rec Center's parking. I'm sure there's not an answer to that right now, but if we can look into that, that'd be great.
Yes, we'll look into both of those concerns, the grants, if there's any availability, and then I'll speak to the county administrator.
Thank you.
Have we had any problems with FPNL and us using that property? Anyone know? Nothing?
No, we built the Lehigh Trailhead, and they worked well with us. They do have limitations on what you can actually do in there. It's pretty limited. But in order to, this agreement is only allowing us to go in there and make those proposed improvements. It's not approving actually making those improvements at this time. But this just gives us approval for us to have the, the authority to go in there in the future and make those,
It's limited on what you can do, because those are high tension lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I had a house in North Carolina, I was right on high tension lines. Any further discussion? Or do we have any other concerns with the consent agenda?
None from me.
Could we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the consent agenda. as
Second.
provided.
We got a second. Any further discussion? We'll open the consent agenda up for public comment. Anyone have any concerns concerning the consent agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. If there's no further discussion, Ms. Cook, could you call the vote?
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to our final public participation. Please remember to not cover any items that were on the agenda. So if there's anyone for public comment, general in scope, please come forward. Tony? Nothing? Did you have a good 4th, brother? Tony, did you have a good 4th of July?
Mark Webb, Palm Coast.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, I've shared with you that part of the reason that I sit through the entire meetings is not to enjoy these very comfortable chairs we have in comparison to the county theater chairs that I almost fall asleep in. But I also am an advocate and a source of citizens that are disabled. And they watch on YouTube and they text me questions because there's no other way for them to reach out and ask questions or communicate. And I received multiple questions about last Tuesday's council meeting, excuse me, allergies. And the question was, what is the relationship with our city attorney and our citizens during this meeting? I was here. There was a lot of interaction between citizens coming up here and attempting to talk and our city attorney interrupting them, counseling them, instructing them. But everything I can find is the citizen is directed to a conversation with you, the mayor. All questions, answers, comments are directed toward you, the mayor. And it's been like that forever. It's like that when Alvin was here. So I guess the question is, why is our city attorney interrupting, clarifying, correcting, and having a conversation with the city people that are up here enjoying their freedom to speak to you? And I guess maybe it should be a clarification from you, the mayor, if their time's up, if they don't clearly say who they are. Those kind of interactions, I think, should come from you, the mayor, and not from the city council, because it was confusing, and the response I got was that some people felt it was pretty rude. And I'm just posing that question to you to clean up and understand that some people coming up here are scared They don't know what to do. They're trying their best to participate in what we all want, is to hear the citizens share whatever they're trying to do. They don't know the rules. They don't know the concept. Sometimes you guys struggle with handing the gavel and moving back and forth. It's fluid. So I just wanted to offer that feedback for possible improvement in supporting our efforts for the city to come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward. That's an easy one, Mr. Webb. The city attorney acts as the parliamentarian for the body. Did you understand that, Mr. Webb?
No, I knew what that was. I just didn't know we
Yeah.
had that rule.
He acts as the parliamentarian. If he steps in, he's trying to correct an action or point us in the right direction and keep us from refraining from wasted time and energy on subjects that have already been covered. Was that pretty good, Marcus?
Could not have said it better myself, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I can see Ms. Pontieri shaking her head, so she also agrees with me. Okay, so that answers your question. He is the body parliamentarian. If we step out of line, if we're not following the rules, if I don't catch it, if I don't correct it, it's his duty to correct the shortcomings.
Mayor, can I just add that also the statute changed that you don't have to only address the mayor, you can address anybody of the council. And Mr. Webb, we'd be happy to send you city council's policies and procedures if you'd like.
Yeah, that is our policy and procedures. You do not have to address me directly. If you're talking to Councilman Sullivan, if that's who you're directing it to, that's been eliminated. That was during the old council in the past. That is not the way it is now under our current policies and procedures.
Appreciate it. The question wasn't coming from me.
No worries. I get it.
It's the people out there watching everything you're doing.
Yeah, I get it. No worries. Okay, moving on to the discussion of matters not on the agenda by the city council members. Anyone have anything?
I think I have, the only thing I had two things, but I can't remember the other now, but I was going to ask the city manager to update us. We received an email about Doge. I know many residents have been asking, hey, where's that at? And so just wanted to ask the city manager to update the residents on that.
We got the email from the state, and then I forwarded it to Lauren from the League. Was that from the League of Cities, Lauren?
Yes, sir.
Just reminding us that the deadline is the 21st of July, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can expand on that for Councilman Miller if you like.
Sure. In the email that I sent, I believe last night from Doge to the city council, we received last week on Friday. They asked for some clarification of our revenues and provided a template, and so we are complying with that for the deadline of Monday, July 21st.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilman Miller?
Come on.
Need a nap. Councilman Miller, you got
Negative.
All right, thank you.
A lot younger than I am.
Councilman Gambaro, you have anything?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Councilman Sullivan submitted the email that Mr. Blocker sent us yesterday with regards to kind of the timeline and responses of legal advice. I'd like that to be read out loud, just so, not everybody's going to read into the minutes and things of that nature, but can we have that read? For the public.
The direction of the council.
I don't consent to that. You can read it on your own, but because that's a long email, and I think there's quite a bit of stuff in there that's not truly accurate, but you don't have my consent for it, but that will be up to you guys.
Well, I was going to bring up this issue as a part of my council comments as well. So I had picked out certain parts of the email due to its length to just point out, but I'm fine either way.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so do you mind if we get to some low-hanging fruit before we cover that, Councilman? Because that's
Sure.
going to be a longer discussion, I think.
Okay, and I've got comments to finish up with as well.
Okay. So I don't know if you all are aware, but there is new legislation where final plats don't come to city council or elected boards like ours any longer. They can be administratively approved. Therefore, I would ask for consensus from this board that when we do have a final plat come to the city, that it just be a policy that city staff does notify us of it. We can't vote on it, but I think that we need to be aware of final plats that are coming before our city, so that we can take a look at them and just make sure that we put our eyes on them as the electeds and can have conversations with staff prior to staff approving them. So I would like consensus from this board to make that a policy.
100% agree.
I agree.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. And then obviously, I had said last week, I'm making a motion for reconsideration on the house colors. There was a motion passed 2 weeks ago during our last business meeting to get rid of all restrictions on house colors. You know, I've said it before, a lot of people move to the city of Palm Coast because it's a beautiful place to live. I think we have some reasonable regulations, but we all agreed that we would loosen those regulations a little bit. Staff came forward with some options to allow more house colors. We had some discussion up here about expanding the options for our residents and for future residents. I would be in favor of even expanding options going the darker route as well, but to get rid of all house color restrictions, I think is adverse to what our city stands for. Reasonable regulation is in place for a reason. Obviously, I'm a big property rights advocate, but we have to consider all people's property rights, and I think that reasonable regulation to make sure that our city remains beautiful and that the people who moved here to begin with, you know, their rights are not disregarded in this as well. And so I think getting rid of all color regulations is an extreme direction or an extreme move in the wrong direction. So I'm moving that we reconsider getting rid of all of the house color restrictions. I would move to put this on a referendum. I said it last week. I have been contacted by a lot of residents who do not think that we should be getting rid of all house colors. A lot of people who say, yeah, sure, you know, expand it a little bit, but don't get rid of all of them. There's a reason these are in place. There's a reason a lot of us moved here and we don't want to see those go away. Like I've said before, I really do think that this issue is pretty split down the middle. It's come before this board a few times. It came before last city council a couple times. It's been in front of beautification board. It's been in front of multiple PLDRBs, and we just haven't really been able to put our finger on the pulse of this one. So I think the residents have the right to put this on a referendum. I think that we had agreed we would have our clerk look into the cost of putting this on a referendum. I believe she emailed all of us, and the response was, if we have to, if including this on the referendum causes it to go onto a second page or into an additional page, it would come at some type of additional cost, but we weren't sure what that cost would be because there's a lot of factors that come into play when the SOE's office, you know, sends ballots and has to put together the total ballot for everything that is on during the election. So unfortunately, we don't have a cost to that. I think now's the right time to do it, though, because we know we're potentially going to have some charter amendments. I know, Mayor, you made your stance clear that you don't want those to be until the general election, but I'm not of that. I think we need to get these charter amendments sooner rather than later, particularly based on the latest events. So, you know, I think this is a perfect time to do it. So I would ask that this council reconsider its last move to completely remove all color restrictions and either make this a referendum or let's revisit the colors that we're going to expand and allow.
All right,
I second.
well, let's take it in stages here if we can. So your motion to reconsider, that's the first thing, right?
Yes.
Motion to reconsider. You got a second? So discussion. I think we had already settled this. I think you were on vacation, Vice Mayor. We had come down. Who was here for that one? When we said, hey, let's just get rid of it, just keep the band colors.
I think it was just the three of us, Mr. Mayor.
That was me, you, and Councilman Gambaro.
I believe so.
So, yeah, during that period, I'm assuming that's when Mr. Stevens was still on the council and he was out on vacation or sick. But we came to the conclusion of that one, if I'm not mistaken, to keep the band colors that currently exist in the city, and that's it. The rest of it is, you know, paint your house what you want.
Yeah, I believe we had decided to remove the LRV, but then keep the other restrictions that are in place, like the single body color, trim color, the band colors that existed.
Fluorescents and pinks and purples and stuff like that. So
I think that's what we, if I recall
So if we can come back to the center on that, I personally don't feel that we need to put paint colors on a referendum. We are elected to represent the constituents, and, you know, that's part of the job is we're not a direct democracy. We're not going to vote on everything. That's why people elect us to represent their best interest. So I would not be inclined to put anything on a referendum, but I am willing to come back to center where we were from back in the day when us three made that decision to keep the band colors, primary, secondary colors, primary color, 2 accent colors, and keep the band colors as they have been in city ordinance for 25 years or whenever it was last modified. So that's my perspective on that. Yes, sir.
Since I wasn't here when that vote was taken, I wasn't on the council at that point, but in retrospect, I think I would have agreed to that. So you probably would have had 4 votes for that. I think that the problem with a referendum, if we went that route, and I'm just talking now, is that how would you write the referendum? Would you put choices? In other words, would you have a referendum with choices?
Well,
And
I
how
think
would you go about doing that?
Yeah,
I don't-
we'd have to have a discussion as to whether or not on the referendum, we're proposing getting rid of all of the color restrictions except for the band colors, or whether or not we as council say, hey, we're going to agree to expand, you know, the LRVs to XYZ. So that would have to be a subsequent discussion as to what we as council think the residents should be voting on.
Right. This has been a discussion point for a long time, in my understanding. And I think it's time to get on with it. If you guys did have a majority vote to go the route that you just described before I came on the council, I'm inclined to back off, no color restrictions whatsoever, and move to that position, which is a more central position.
Yes.
So, do we need to go forward with towards a referendum? And I really do think it'll be difficult to put the words on a referendum that really get at what the possibilities are.
And I think the whole reason that us three that were here that day, the reason we said, hey, just get rid of it all, was because Mr. McDonald stood up and said, who do you think you are? Remember that? When he said, who do you think you are telling me what I can paint my house? So, okay, let's just get rid of all of it. But I am more than willing to come back to center, as I've already previously mentioned. But that's going to be up to the rest of the council.
Respectfully, Mayor, I don't think that's coming back to center. I mean, to get rid of all color restrictions except for the 5 band colors, to me is, again, adding a subjectivity instead of an objective line in the sand with the LRVs, because you're subjectively saying these, I think it's like 5 colors, are so repulsive that we're going to continue to ban them. And I just find that to be contradictory to the concept that we're trying to arrive at here, which is we cannot tell you what your house color should be because we don't like a color. If we're banning specific colors, we're inserting subjectivity to it, whereas the LRV system was to inject objectivity and say, yeah, I may like that dark blue, but we are drawing the line at LRV, whatever it would be, 15 for the dark colors and 65 for the light. I don't remember what it, or I just don't remember the exact figures. But that, to me, that makes more sense. That being said,
Can I add something before? Like, I still think even though we're using an objective measure, right, a number to measure, we're still using subjectivity here because we're saying we like lighter colors rather than darker colors. So to the point that you just made, we're using a formula to come to a subjective measure.
formula, yeah.
But we're never going to get to the LRV where Miss Melendez's house.
Respectfully, I don't care. That's one person. That's one person who broke our code. She may have done it innocently. I truly believe she did it innocently, and I feel sorry for her situation. But we, as a body, should not be thinking about adjusting an entire code based on one person making a mistake. Furthermore, she has not exhausted administrative remedies to fix that. I have advised her, please go through our process. I will grant you an exception and give you more time to go through our process. Please just do it. We cannot adjust a code based on one person breaking our laws. That's not an acceptable or tenable position. Anyways, that's my motion, reconsideration. Furthermore, if we are going to add in the band colors, my motion for reconsideration needs to be approved anyways, because pursuant to the meeting minutes that I read from the last business meeting, the motion was to get rid of all color restrictions. So the whole thing would have to be reconsidered anyways.
Any further discussion from the dais? We'll open it up to public comment. Ms. Jeannie? You are the public, Ms. Jeannie.
Jeannie Duarte, have you actually driven around this town? Like literally, I drove my husband bonkers the other day looking, look, there's a greenhouse, there's orange house. Oh, that's a different shade of orange, that's a different shade of yellow, that's a different shade of blue, that's another shade of green. Where do you draw the line of what's appropriate? And who are you to tell anybody what color to change to make their house? Do you know that if you put these restrictions on, and if the code enforcement's really stood and held force the codes that you guys want to restrict with colors, it would affect so many people in this community that already have dark purple houses that are like maroonish color. I took pictures. I literally went around and took pictures of these houses, and their yards are immaculate. They're gorgeous. Some of them have 2 shades of orange. You're gonna go up to their house and say, hey, you gotta change your color. Who's gonna pay for that? Do you know how much it costs to paint a 2-story house? You wanna do it yourself? I'd be like, okay, you want me to paint my house? Go ahead, give me the choices, and you pay for it. I'll paint it if you pay for it. You're asking people in these times of desired financial crises where everything's being raised on them to have to deal with a paint color? A paint color. That's not essential. That's not essential. That's irresponsible. It's irresponsible spending, and you're forcing things on people that is just totally irresponsible. Drive around, look at the houses, see how gorgeous some of these houses are. They maintain their yards, they have pride in them. They pick these colors because, and guess what? We are a coastal community. We may not be, I'm on the water, but we are a coastal community, and coastal communities are bright and beautiful and eclectic. Thank you. Oh, and it's already been voted on. So, you guys are up here for a reason. You want the power. You voted on it. One person shouldn't be able to sway it over. I mean, I'm all about referendum when it comes to things that matter, but you're really affecting too many people if you want to push that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public? Yes, Mr. Webb. The his and her of the Palm Coast public at large.
120,000 people.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. So I'm glad you brought this up, Mark Webb, Palm Coast. I think you're missing, this is my opinion, you're arguing about the pennies on the floor and not addressing the bigger picture. What is Palm Coast? We've talked about the branding and the struggle that we're facing right now of the growth from going from a village, from a HOA, retired community. We listen to them all the time. I respect the fact I came here retired. I left drama in Seattle, Washington, oh my God, to come here and live in a quiet. We cannot stay in that area. We're growing. We want to be a city. We want to bring in industry. We want to be acknowledged as being an equal to St. Augustine and Daytona. None of those cities have color control. Google it. St. Augustine has no color codes except for in the very small area downtown that's more for tourism and aesthetics. Parking in the garage, in your driveway, paint colors, chicken coops, this whole plethora of codes and restrictions taste and smell like an HOA. We have those. When you move into an HOA, you sign a document, you get a whole book. These are my rules. This is not the future of Palm Coast, and you can't stop it. It's going to grow that way. People are going to come in. We're going to have young people, and we're going to have societary changes and things that are going to happen. It is exhausting. You're arguing about the colors of a house when that is not where the concerns and issues generally of the citizens of this city. They don't care about the businesses that are parked next to them and sizes unless the 28,000 pound and all the criterias and things that are around us. You guys need to stay focused, and you need to capture and you need to mentor and help us with the growth of leaving the villages type view of a society and move into a city and have the rules that that city needs and leave the others behind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
3 out of 120,000, not bad. Tony Amaral, City of Palm Coast. So I was on vacation when this came up, and I was conflicted when I heard the results of it. I'm a big fan of orange.
Yeah.
Thank you. The rest of my family hates orange. Palm Coast, since the beginning, has been a deed-restricted community. Plain, simple. If Barbara Grossman was here, she could tell you 50 years ago she was getting color applications on her housing, applications when we were submitting them. We do need a fine line. We need a broader scope, because at the end of the day, staff is the one that has to deal with this. I submitted a house color for a spec home model that I had that was literally one shade below on the same color chart that was not approved, but the one right above it was good enough. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen a color wheel chart lately. I'm not a color wheel, that's dating back. A Sherwin-Williams color wheel chart, it is this thick. There's colors, I think there's 6 per every page, and there must be 200 strips of them. We do need some guidance. Actually, we don't. Staff would need a very clear, so that it's not the back and forth of this and everything. Yes, there are homeowners' rights, but you're already taking some of them away when you say you can't park your commercial vehicle there, you can't have lettering, you can't have a ladder on your truck. So I think we just need to come to a consensus on it's either all homeowners' rights or it's no homeowners' rights, and with restrictions, because we are kind of playing, whatever's convenient is what we kind of figure happens. And I think it's for the city council to decide one way or the other, but you can't restrict one way and be free for all in the other way. And at the same time, my rights are my rights, but my neighbor has to deal with it, and my neighbor to the left has to deal with it, and I have to deal with what they do. So it shouldn't be a matter of complaining about your neighbor and then not being able to do anything. Let's just come to a consensus and have conversations with your neighbors before you paint your house orange. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Ms. Cook, any further comment from the council?
Just really quickly, I mean, we have paint color restrictions in place now, so it's not as if, we'd be instituting a new law that would require a bunch of people to spend thousands of dollars to repaint their homes. If they're in violation of the code now, then they made that decision, and they would have to be, you have consequences of violating the code. So it's not as if we're imposing some new restrictions on people that would make them go out and spend thousands of dollars to repaint their homes. So I want to make sure that's very clear. Other than that, I have nothing further, Mayor.
I have one thing further.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Although this is not a residence, although some of the meetings we've been having make me think we may have residents here in the city hall, but the city hall is painted in a color that would not be approved under the current color restrictions.
I would like to say, just a little rebuttal to that, Vice Mayor. There's a lot, the people that are called on about their house color, it's initiated by their neighbor. There's houses where their neighbor's perfectly fine with it. Whiteview, that one new house, brand new house out there, almost battleship gray, and I'm sure it's gonna get a CO. So it's very time consuming and not really enforceable from my perspective. We can go with how the vote goes. Ms. Cook, can you restate the question and call the vote?
The motion was a reconsideration of house colors and to put the item on referendum.
Well, it's just a reconsideration
Okay,
right now.
just
Yeah.
reconsideration. Okay, thank you.
Consideration. Everyone clear on the vote? Please call the vote, Ms. Cook.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, do you want, or are we looking to have the staff reevaluate?
We need another motion.
I
We
would,
need direction from council.
I would like to make a motion to go back to our previous version of this where we are removing LRV restrictions, but still keeping the band colors from the list.
Can we get a second?
Second.
We got 2 seconds. Discussion.
And attorney just wants to make sure he's keeping up with all your guys' motions. This is just a motion just to 5 band colors and do away with LRV?
The existing band colors as in our current ordinance, but remove the LRV restrictions, yes.
Okay.
And plus, Marcus, also the 3 colors, the primary color and the 2 accent colors. That's still going to be part of it.
That would remain the same, not editing that in any way.
And just, I want to confirm, I know this, Mr. Tyner, this type of was already brought before the planning board, correct? All right, thank you. So it would not need to go back for planning board, just 2 reads, so at least we skipped that step.
There we go. Any further discussion from the council? We'll open up for one more round of public comment. 3, 2.
Should have wore better shoes. Jeannie Duarte. That just gives you another opportunity to hit him in the wallet, as I know some people say. Sorry, but I don't know if you remember that, but ouch.
Thank you, ma'am. Bring it back to the dais, any further discussion?
No, I appreciate council reconsidering so that we can at least keep some type of, I guess, continuity within our neighborhoods.
And Vice Mayor, to add to that, I think we just need to figure this out,
I'm
once
just glad
and
it
for
doesn't have
all.
to go back to planning board.
Right,
That's a
yes.
great thing.
But we have spent too much time on this.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll have to do 2 more reads on it and be done with it, hopefully.
But that should be pretty quick since we already have a version of the ordinance draft. So
All
it
right.
shouldn't take us long to get that.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll continue on discussions, city council matters not on the agenda. If there's any further discussion?
I think the vice mayor had other.
I did, okay, I'll go ahead and we'll hit it. So at our previous meeting, there was discussion about the issue of attorney's fees our taxpayers have incurred due to the lawsuit filed against the city by Mayor Norris. During that meeting, I made my position very clear. I did not feel that from a legal standpoint, there was any theory of law, either grounded in contract or grounded in statute, that provided for attorney's fees and costs to the prevailing party, who is the city, in this lawsuit. I did say, however, that I felt that it would be reasonable if we, as council, requested the mayor pay those fees if and only if he had been previously advised by our legal counsel of two things. One, that the mayor had no standing to sue, which is a basic necessity of every lawsuit, and two, that the appointment was in line with the city charter, laying out the legal analysis that was previously given to city council by our legal team. It was my position, and it still is my position, that if those two things occurred, it would be appropriate for the remaining city council members to formally request the mayor at least contribute in some way to the city's attorney's fees and costs. In fact, I feel that as stewards of taxpayer dollars, it's incumbent upon us to try to protect and/or recover every penny we can for our residents. To that end, at the last meeting, I asked Mr. Duffy if he had previously advised you, Mayor, of the legal analysis and of the standing issue, and Mr. Duffy confirmed that both he and Mr. Jeremiah Blocker had previously advised you of these issues. I then asked you, Mayor, if you had been advised by them of these issues, and you said no, you had not. Therefore, I believe this council was in a situation where it would have had to either believe you, Mayor, or believe Mr. Duffy, because at that time, we had no proof as to whether that advisement was provided before the mayor filed his lawsuit. Then, Mayor, you brought up the December 3rd meeting where you asked council to give consensus for Mr. Duffy to provide to us a formal legal written opinion regarding the seat 4 appointment, and you essentially faulted this council for not providing consensus for that legal opinion. So, in an effort to make sure I fully understand the entire situation and don't rely on he said, she said, I went back and I listened to the December 3rd meeting. And I also asked for any communications between you, Mayor, and Mr. Duffy and/or Mr. Blocker regarding the seat 4 appointment. The punchline is that you were certainly advised back in December of 2024 of the formal legal opinion of our legal counsel regarding our charter and the appointment. Because there have been conflicting recitations of fact between the mayor and Mr. Duffy regarding this situation, I feel more specific details and a history are required. During the December 3rd meeting, Mayor requested consensus for a formal legal opinion from Mr. Duffy regarding the District 4 seat, quote, just for us to be covered. And because, as you stated, Mayor, you felt you'd be, quote, skirting your duties as the mayor if you didn't ask for a legal opinion on the appointment. During that discussion, you also stated that if the city is sued, it is your obligation as the head of the city to make sure everything was done properly. Mr. Duffy told council at that time that he had previously provided a written opinion to the previous council via email, and therefore this present council decided that because a legal opinion had already been provided, both during previous meetings and via email, that any further formal legal opinions were unnecessary. The next day, on Wednesday, December 4th, the mayor requested via email from Mr. Duffy that legal opinion, and the day after that, Thursday, December 5th, Mr. Duffy emailed the legal opinion to the mayor following, he emailed the following: the previous legal advisement or opinion that was given to the previous council, and further expoundment on that opinion to help further explain his legal advisement. Notably, he also stated in his email to the mayor that the advice was discussed at length with other attorneys in their law firm, and they were all in agreement that the council's actions were legal and not in violation of the charter. Since that December 3rd meeting, as has now been brought up to all of council's attention, both Mr. Duffy and Mr. Blocker had multiple conversations with you, Mayor, about your lack of standing to sue and the lack of merit to sue. Mr. Blocker recently, last night, wrote a memorandum to this council explaining in grave detail these communications with you. I'll simply cover the high points as I think it's certainly important to the conversation. Mr. Blocker's email, and this is obviously public record, so anybody can request it. I'm only going to go over part of it. It says, I want to provide a written response in order to correct the record from the July 8th City Council meeting. He states in his email that he is writing to correct a misstatement made by Mayor Norris at the previous City Council meeting that he had not been previously provided legal advice regarding his standing to sue and regarding the merits of any lawsuit filed against the city concerning the appointment of Councilman Gambaro, and to help refresh his recollection on the matter. Mr. Blocker then states the following: the facts are that Mayor Norris was given ample legal advice on this matter and chose to ignore it. Below is a summary of the timeline that I recall from our advice to Mayor Norris regarding the appointment of Councilmember Gambaro to the District 4 seat. December 2nd, 2024, meeting with Mayor Mike Norris, City Manager Lauren Johnston, Chief of Staff Jason DeLorenzo, and City Attorney Marcus Duffy were all in attendance. Mayor Norris brought up the appointment of Councilmember Gambaro, District 4 seat, and if the previous City Council followed the charter in appointing Mr. Gambaro. City Attorney Marcus Duffy explained the appointment and told Mayor Norris charter was followed legally. Mayor Norris at the end of the meeting stated that he understood and he was going to leave it alone. December 6, 2024, Attorney Jeremiah Blocker discussed with Mayor Norris via phone the appointment of the District 4 seat and how the charter was not violated. Mr. Blocker advised the mayor that he would not have standing to bring litigation against the city regarding the appointment of the District 4 seat. Also, he advised that the charter was correctly interpreted and following regarding the appointment. December 7th, 2024, Attorney Jeremiah Blocker received a text message from Mayor Norris requesting another phone call to discuss the same matter from the previous day. Again, Mr. Blocker specifically articulated that a lawsuit over this matter filed by the mayor would be frivolous and without standing. He articulated case law and relevant statutes that would bar such an action. Mr. Blocker encouraged the mayor to move from the issue, expressing that multiple attorneys had reviewed this issue and that the council acted legally in this matter. December 9th, 2024, weekly meeting with Mayor Norris, City Manager Lauren Johnston, and City Attorney Marcus Duffy. Mayor Norris brings up the District 4 seat appointment, goes through a charter district PDF document, and explains how he thinks the City Council violated the city charter. City Attorney Duffy explained to him that the City Council did not violate the charter by appointing Councilmember Gambaro. The appointment was done legally and followed the charter under the circumstances. Mayor Norris said he will find someone to bring a lawsuit against the city or pay for a lawsuit. City Attorney Duffy responded by saying if a lawsuit is brought against the city on this item, the city will win. He then thanks us for allowing him to correct the record on this matter. Based on all of this, Mayor, I not only feel you were on numerous occasions advised as to the standing issue and the lack of merit of any potential lawsuit, but I'm also concerned that you've misrepresented to this council and to the public that you were not advised of these things. Additionally, you said back on December 3rd that you wanted a formal legal opinion so that we could better protect the city from being sued. You then received that legal opinion via email and in subsequent conversations with our legal counsel, yet you were the one that ends up suing the city. I understand wanting to protect a citizen's right to choose a representation, but that right exists within the confines of our laws, our Constitution, and in this case, our city charter. We see appointments made by elected officials at all levels of government, from our judges to our local electeds, by the President of the United States, by our governor, and yes, by local governing boards and electeds. The charter is not perfect. We know that, and that's why we are taking steps sooner than the charter calls for to fix its flaws. In the meantime, we have to act within the confines of what our charter provides for, and that's exactly what we did. And it's what the judge found we did in the lawsuit that you filed, that council acted within the confines of the charter. Based on all of this, I do believe our city's legal fees should be paid for, but that would have to be a personal choice of yours, Mayor. This council, pursuant to the charter and the law, has no mechanism to make you do so. The last thing I'll say regarding the city's video feed from the last meeting, I watched that meeting twice, as I do all of our meetings, and there was no editing of anything. That full meeting from start to end was recorded. There's been nothing cut out from it. Those allegations are wholly false. If my stern voice and my demeanor and my advocacy to ensure we are arriving at the right decision for our city and our residents and safeguarding our residents' tax dollars offends someone, just know that I will always advocate in that manner for what I genuinely feel is right. You may disagree with my position, but my passion and advocacy always comes from a place of just wanting to make sure we do the right thing at the end of the day for our city and for our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for yielding the floor. It is my belief that Mayor Norris's pattern of toxic behavior exhibited through fear and intimidation represents a clear and present danger to the citizens of Palm Coast, as we saw during last year's campaign. Clear and present danger to our city employees and senior staff, which was confirmed through our independent investigation. and the members of this council, as was exhibited last Friday by releasing my private phone number and then admitting guilt and covering his tracks by changing his Facebook post to my city cell phone, but the damage was already done to my family and I. In this same Facebook post, Mayor Norris directly attacked my military record by claiming that my promotion to the rank of Brigadier General was improperly awarded. Mayor Norris stated that my rank was DEI, didn't earn it. In fact, I was nominated by President Trump, someone who clearly is not a supporter of DEI for promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, and this nomination was confirmed by the United States Senate. As a retired U.S. Army officer, Mayor Norris, you are fully aware that this statement is false beyond any measure of doubt and that this statement was intended to undermine my ability to conduct my duties as a member of this council. Mayor Norris, sir, you have crossed the line. We can no longer sit by and allow your toxic behavior and your actions of fear and intimidation continue. It is for these reasons that I move that this council again censure Mayor Norris for his unsafe behavior, and I ask each of you to join me in signing a letter to the governor formally requesting for his removal from office.
Are you done, sir? You got anything, Mr. Sullivan, real quick?
Not right now, go ahead.
You got anything, Mr. Miller? To go back to you, Vice Mayor, I got that email too, so I went back and I looked. Number one, I would not have been on my schedule for that meeting on the 3rd or the 4th of December, whenever it was. Mr. DeLorenzo wouldn't have been in that meeting. It would have been me, Mr. Duffy, and Ms. Lauren Johnson. So starting his timeline was off. Standing, why would I be asking the attorneys about my standing to sue the city? I'm the mayor. Why would I be asking that? And I'm sure I never would have said I'll find somebody to sue the city. That's crazy. So primarily that Mr. DeLorenzo would not have been in that meeting, and he was not on my schedule as an attendee to that meeting. As far as Mr. Gambaro's thing, when I said DEI, I meant as far as being an elected official of the city. Nothing about you need to stop making things personal, Councilman. I never say anything about your military service. Also, as far as your number, I corrected it. That was out of a personal courtesy because, sir, are we friends? Are you and I friends?
No?
Have we ever had any interaction before I was elected as mayor?
No.
Have you ever called or texted my telephone?
Maybe once to say congratulations for winning the election.
Okay, that's what I'm pointing out. So while I am not a friend of yours, I have no association with you, why would I use a cell phone number? Why would you be texting the mayor-elect on the night of the election from your personal phone? You should have been doing it from your city phone. So I was under the assumption that that phone that you were using was your city phone, and for that, I corrected a record when I fixed that post. But you engage with me. You're not in my phone. The only phone number I have is that one that was initially listed. So if that was some confusion, but let's go to the city manager. City manager, are the city council members' cell phone numbers readily available on the city website?
I'm not sure, Mayor. I would have to
Anyone
look.
answer that?
The city ones, I believe, are only the city cell phones.
Our city cell phones are not readily available. If you pull up our profiles, our city cell phones are not on there. And I'm almost certain that the ladies upstairs do not give out the city council's city cell phone numbers. But that was a shameful act on that show last Friday. I know you were trying to take a victory lap at my expense, and everybody's political posturing for the upcoming election. But stop doing it at my expense because I've got enough things to deal with. But when you go on a radio show, when the host has on air in the past said that I need a mental evaluation, for one, that's why I won't go on his show anymore. Two, he starts his show off with less trash talk. So you had fun trash talking me, but now you want to play the victim because you really doxed me as the mayor. You doxed me when the host of that show, and you sat there and let that guy put my phone number out there like it was no big deal. And your background, you should know about operational security. And I have never been contacted by David Ayers, Brian McMillan, or Sierra. I have never been contacted by any of those reporters on my city cell phone. It's always come to my personal cell phone. So you guys doxed me by putting my information out there, and probably could have created a denial of service, you know, tying up my phone. I can't sleep with my phone in my bedroom at night because it's going to ring. Somebody's going to call me at 4 o'clock in the morning. So as far as your number is concerned, the only number I had on file for you was the number that was in my phone when you contacted me as the mayor-elect, and I was under the assumption that you were calling me from your business cell, your city cell, because you shouldn't be contacting me at all. I don't have anybody in here's cell phone number except Teresa and David Sullivan, because they're both members of the Republican Executive Committee, and we've had some interactions before. But I don't have Mr. Ty Miller's phone number, and I don't have your personal number in my phone. So you were successful in pushing whatever you're trying to push. I just wish you guys would leave me alone, let me do my job. And, you know, if you want a political posture, whatever you're running for next, you go right ahead. But don't do it at my expense. I come in here, the only time I come in this building is to come into this chamber, do my business, and then I leave. But I have been the target of attack since before I went on vacation in May. And that's fine, I can take it. You know, it's just wearing on my family. But I'm not going anywhere, you know, unless the governor relieves me, and that's solely up to him. But I'm not going to resign, and I'm going to continue to do my job, and I'm going to stand up for the constituents of this city. So you can censure me again if you want to. I don't care. But I was not attacking your military service. You're making it personal, Charlie, not me. I have no problem with your military service.
And that picture didn't say anything?
Say again?
You put an AI photo of me in uniform?
Well, when you go on a radio show and you degrade me and you spend an hour with those schmucks over there talking trash about me, you know, I take it personal. And to start the show, well, here's the mayor's number. Call him and tell him he's an asshole. So don't play games. Don't play games. All those organizations are all wrapped together. WNZF, Flagler Live, Palm Coast Observer. They're all wrapped up together. They're all the same to me. So you can keep attacking me if you want. It ain't going to get you any votes if you're running for office, but, you know, you do what you got to do. So anything else from the council?
Well, I've got a motion.
City council members?
Yeah, Mayor, so we've gotten completely off of track, which the conversations tend to do. The point was, Mayor, what happened on the radio show is my opinion, is between you and David Ayers. Because Councilman Gambaro was a guest on the show. That's something I think that needs to be taken up privately between the two of you. So I'm not even going to touch on that. My concern is not what happens on a radio show. My concern is what happens on this dais. And what happened on this dais is that you misrepresented, Mayor, that you had not been previously advised on multiple occasions. Mr. Blocker is in the back. If he's willing to, I'd ask that he come to the podium, because you, Mayor, have said that certain things have taken place or have not taken place, and everything that you have said has been contradicted by other people. And it's important that we, as council members up here, that what we talk about with regards to city business is transparent and is accurate. And I don't feel like I'm getting that from you, Mayor. And that's a concern, because as we talk about policy, we need to be able to talk openly and transparently about policy. I don't care what people do in their personal lives, but I care about what happens on this dais. I care about what we do with tax dollars. And your actions have harmed tax dollars. I do not care about your Facebook posts. Do I think it was right to post Councilman Gambaro's personal phone number? Absolutely, I do not. And all of our city cell phones are 386-276 something, 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 something. The last four change. So, you know, I find it hard to believe that you know, there was an assumption that he texted you from his personal cell. That said, I don't know, I'm not you, so I can't think for you or speak for you. But I am concerned about the fact that you have said that you did not receive this legal advice, yet we have our Attorney Duffy at the end who said, yes, you have. Jeremiah Blocker sends us a memo laying out in very grave detail the multiple times he told you, A, you don't have standing, B, you lack merit. And then, you know, Mayor, it was supported by Mr. Blocker's memo saying that, you know, you had commented to him, okay, fine, I'm going to drop it. I'm not going to bring it up again. And then at the very next meeting, I think it was the very next day, you even prefaced your conversation that night with Attorney Duffy. I told you I wasn't going to do this, but I have to. So, you know, what you said yourself in that regard supports what Jeremiah Blocker put in this memo. So I got to tell you, Mayor, I believe that you were in fact given legal advice on multiple occasions about the lack of merit and the lack of standing. And again, you know, we can't make you pay these attorneys' fees. We can't make you contribute to them in any way, shape, or form. I would ask, Mayor, though, that you have that you do some reflection. And please stop. You don't need to move forward with this lawsuit any further. You're never going to gain standing. You will never have standing to sue this city for that appointment, ever. In addition to that, we followed the charter. Everybody recognizes the charter is flawed. That's why we're taking steps to fix it. We need to move forward. Continuing onward, filing a motion for rehearing, and then going on with an appeal, that is not the direction in moving this city forward. So I hope you recognize that, and I hope that we can leave this lawsuit and everything that it's cost our taxpayers behind.
All right, thank you. Anything further from the council?
I've got a motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Did you make a motion, or you said we consider it?
No, I did.
Well, restate your motion, please.
It is for these reasons that I move that this council again censure Mayor Norris for his unsafe behavior, and I ask each of you to join me in signing a letter to the governor formally requesting his removal.
Can I ask for clarification on what you mean by unsafe behavior?
Okay, I could go back.
Well, no, I mean, is it the posting of a person?
No, it's overall pattern of behavior from during the campaign, fear and intimidation, the fear and intimidation of our city staff and administration. It was well documented in our investigation. And quite frankly, what happened this past weekend was just, the tipping point. And so that's my motion.
Clarify campaign, Councilman. What campaign are you talking about?
The comments that are well documented on YouTube about, comments that you made towards your opponent's spouse.
Excuse me?
So let's just keep this clean. If you want to have discussion, this motion needs to be second. The motion is as right now. If there is no second, the motion dies.
Second.
We have a second. Discussion? Any further discussion on the, we'll open this up to public comment.
Jeannie Duarte. Actually, I've been watching Mayor Norris for several months here, and I'm really surprised how calm he is. He doesn't blink an eye. He's just very calm. The outbursts are coming from Gambaro. If anybody up here is making me scared, it's Gambaro with his behavior. And it wasn't just last Friday that you were all over the radio. It was yesterday, too. You should be ashamed of yourself. If anyone should be removed, it's going to be you. And if you were following the charter, you wouldn't be sitting there right now. I have it right here in front of me. I got lots and lots of copies right here. And if you really want Mayor Norris to pay for that, then you need to pay for the Lawson investigation. Who gave you the approval to go out and get a Lawson investigation? Private investigation. It was private investigation. And also, our acting city manager needs to pay for the botched, SGR, the botched city manager recruitment. You guys pay those up, then you can talk to him. You should be ashamed of yourself. And right here is proof. This is charter. This is charter. If you were following the charter, he would not be here today. You guys know for a fact that you weren't following the charter. And if he got any kind of advice from our city attorney, I wouldn't trust our city attorney's advice. Smile, because that's the truth. I'm so sorry, but, you know, I would expect him to get advice from somebody he would respect, because interpretation is a big deal. He had grounds, he had merits for what he took you guys to court for. And he should have taken you guys to court, not the city, because we paid for it. You guys owe us. You owe us. You owe us if you think he owes us. Fair is fair. Read it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I've said this before.
Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Georgianne Miller, Palm Coast. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I know you guys have hurt feelings. I know you have said things to each other that you should have never said out loud. You need to move forward. Ms. Johnson is doing the best that she can. She's doing 2 jobs right now. And to blame her for the debacle is, we don't know what happened. Somebody said something. We can't blame her. Nobody knows. But she's trying her best. And if she did something wrong, she did something wrong. You guys are just like attacking each other. I don't think you would ever attack your military career. Who can do that? You have a career. Everybody knows. Why would one person attacking your career have you so unraveled? It doesn't make sense. And you guys, I don't think you're friends. I don't think that if you met at a bar, you would be friends. You just don't have the types of personalities to be friends. But you need to work together for this city. And all of this wasting our money, pissing at each other, and just doing, this should have never been seconded. You need to move on. I know that you've got things that you say that he's done wrong, and I'll go back to the very first thing that I said. He has not been indoctrinated, doesn't have the city or business, or I wouldn't say business, but the city background to know this stuff. He's got an attorney that sends stuff to everybody but him. You guys are doing so much behind each other's backs. Just stop. Just stop and think about what you're doing to this town. We've got so many people that are for the mayor, so many people that are for each of the different commissioners. I'm not going to point out one or the other. But they believe in what you were doing. Stop what you're doing. Please just get past it. Accept that there were things that were said or done that should not have been said or done, and start working for the city again. And I really do feel sorry for all of your families if you are getting people calling you in the middle of the night, or that phone numbers were sent out. It's ridiculous. It's childish. You guys need to learn to play in the sandbox together and share each other's toys, not be doing things behind another person's back, not be saying things and then saying, I never said that. There's a lot of misunderstandings here, and I think a lot of it with Mayor Norris is his misunderstanding and not understanding how a lot of things go. And I think that you are holding everything too close to the breast and too personally. We need to move on.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the dais if there's no further discussion.
I just have a point about writing a letter to the governor. You know, I think we need to wait on the response from the ethics complaint. What I would support is supplementing the complaint with the latest incident regarding misrepresentations made in contradiction to evidentiary proof otherwise, because I do think that that is important when we're dealing with electeds who have, specifically regarding city business and city tax dollars, who have misrepresented things. So to me, that's relevant to the job. It's relevant to the collegiality of how we work together up here. I also think there's an issue with posting the personal cell phone number, but I think that when we sent the complaint up to Tallahassee, we allowed the decision-making process to take, to take place regarding, you know, whatever they decide. We put it in their hands. And that was at the advice of Councilman Sullivan. I think that was good advice. So I'd be happy to supplement that, but to take it a step further and write a letter to the governor, Councilman Gambaro, that's so hard for me, because regardless of what has happened, Mayor Norris was elected, and we have to think about the residents that did elect him, regardless of how they feel now, because I've heard people who still support him, and I've heard people who support he's lost because of everything that's occurred. I'm struggling with that right now. I will tell you, I'm not ready to vote on that. I just don't know.
Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Come back to me, please.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller. Yes. Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Any further discussion, matters of the city council not on the agenda? Seeing none, you got anything?
No,
City
sir.
attorney?
No,
City
sir.
attorney has nothing? City manager?
Yes, sir, thank you. As part of your packet, the reporting of emergency and sole source purchases for June 2025. If there's any comments or questions? Okay, then finally, just James advised that Food Truck Tuesday is tonight, and it's most likely going to be canceled. The future forecast is not looking great, so unfortunately, we won't be able to have that this evening. That's all, Mayor.
For the people that pay the permitting fees to come out and do that, does it roll over if it doesn't happen?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, great. And we have the stormwater on the 17th, is that the 16th?
The town hall?
Yes, the
Yes.
stormwater engineering, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, anything else, any alibis? Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.